Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
By the time the caretaker opened the furnace, the only thing left to identify was a skull and a single clean silver coin. It happened in one of those tiny red brick churches you barely notice when you drive past on a 2-lane highway. A white door, a short steeple, a flickering "Jesus Saves" sign out front. For the people in that Ohio town, it was the safest place they knew. Sunday mornings, kids ran through that parking lot. On weeknights, recovering addicts sat in the basement sharing coffee and stories, trying to stay sober one more day. Then, one winter night, something stepped across the line between safe and you will never unsee this. The tech guy for the church, the one who stayed late to lock up, fix the sound system, keep the cameras running, swears he was not alone. He says a man followed him for weeks, into gas stations, into Walmart, past his own house. A man in a gray hoodie always flipping the same silver coin. He says that coin did more than make noise. It got into his head. It made him lift his arms when he did not want to. It made him buy a hatchet he did not need. It led him back into that church off Highway 23 long after everyone else had gone home. He says he was hypnotized. But when detectives pulled the security footage from that night, they did not see any mysterious man with a coin. They did not see anyone standing beside him at the altar. They saw him walk in alone. They saw him raise his arms like he was being crucified, alone. And the next morning, when the caretaker followed the drag marks to the furnace room, he did not just find burned bone. He found that skull. And on the floor beside the furnace door, untouched by soot or ash, he found that same silver coin. Tonight, you are going to hear his version of what happened inside that church. When it is over, you can decide for yourself, was he under someone's control? Or did something much darker finally take control of him from the inside? Why I'm telling you this. Now I am sitting in a cheap motel just outside Columbus, Ohio, and everything in this room sounds tired. The ice machine down the hall coughs every few minutes. The HVAC unit under the window rattles like there is a loose screw inside it. The neon sign outside, vacancy in red, the name of the place in blue, blinks just offbeat enough to be annoying, washing the curtains in a sick kind of light. I could have written this at home on my own couch with my own coffee maker and my own TV for background noise. I chose not to. The thing I am going to tell you does not belong in a place I call home. It belongs in a room like this, temporary, anonymous, already a little haunted by cigarette burns and leftover smells. I am not writing this for the police. They already had their turn with me. They wrote their reports, gathered. Their evidence stood up in court in their pressed uniforms and told everyone exactly what they thought I was. The system did what the system does. On paper, the case is closed. The verdict is in. According to the state of Ohio, this story has an ending. I am not writing this for a therapist either. I had years of those. Group sessions in rooms that smelled like dry markers and coffee one-on-ones, where they tilted their head and said, "And how did that make you feel?" over and over until the words stopped meaning anything. I learned all the phrases. I can say distorted perception and delusional episode and family history of psychosis like I am reading off a menu. This is not for them. This is for you. For whoever is listening on the other side of the screen or your car speakers or your headphones while you are lying in the dark, pretending you are not nervous. You do not know me. but you know people like me. I am the kind of person who sends in an email to a horror channel with a subject line like, "You can use this if you want. I just need someone to hear it. So let's do this right." My name is Ethan. That is not the name they used on the news, but it is close enough. If you really want to, you can probably find me. If you know how to search court records in Ohio, if you dig through enough PDFs and archived articles about a certain little church and a certain winter night, you will hit my real name eventually. You will see the headlines. You will see the mugshot. You might even see the words, "The Furnace Case." That is what they started calling it after a while. That church is the only reason you are hearing my voice right now. You have probably driven past 100 places just like it without even noticing. It sat off a slice of Highway 23 between Chillicothe and Circleville. Back when I still thought I knew what normal meant. Red brick one-story. White trim that peeled every 3 summers. A short, almost embarrassed steeple with a cross on top that always looked a little crooked to me. There was a gravel parking lot out front, big enough for 20, maybe 25 cars, if everyone parked, like they had some manners. On Sunday mornings, it filled with old sedans and minivans in faded colors. Silver tan, that weird dark green that every late 90s SUV seems to be. Kids would jump out in their too stiff shoes and run toward the double doors while their parents yelled at them to slow down. To the left of the building, nailed to 2 posts that never sat quite straight, was a sign that said "Jesus saves" in tired plastic letters. At night, that sign glowed neon red, humming and flickering, throwing its reflection across the empty lot and out onto the shoulder of the highway. I used to think it looked comforting from a distance, like a lighthouse for broken people. Inside the church had its own soundtrack. If you have spent time in older buildings, you know exactly what I mean. It is never truly silent. Even when the people are gone, the building keeps making these little noises like it is still thinking. The HVAC system was ancient and loud, a big metal lung hiding somewhere in the back rooms. It would sigh itself on with a low whoomph, then blow air through the vents in noisy, uneven breaths. The exit signs over the doors buzzed faintly in that way. Cheap fluorescent fixtures do a high whine that you only notice once someone points it out. In the fellowship hall, a soda machine squatted against the wall and took turns hissing, clunking, and rattling its compressor like it was arguing with itself. If you stood in the sanctuary late at night, like I did more than I should have, you could hear the faint rush of the highway through the walls. Cars sliding past on 23 tires on asphalt, the occasional distant brake squeal when someone realized their exit was coming up too fast. All of that blended into a soft, constant hush in the background. Those sounds used to make me feel safe. They were proof that the building was working, that the world was still out there. I knew every click the light switches made, every groan the rafters let out when the temperature dropped and the wood shifted. I knew the schedule of the ice maker in the little kitchen freezer and the exact tone of the door chime when someone forgot to lock up right. Later, when everything went to hell, I would find out just how much noise a place like that can make when something is wrong, how loud a room can feel when there is too much sound, or not enough. And then there is the last sound, the one I am really here to talk about. Think about the sound a coin makes when someone flips it. Not the cartoon version, not the loud ping they use in commercials, but the real sound. The soft flick of skin against metal as it leaves the thumb. The quick spinning whisper of it turning over in the air. And then that quiet, flat slap as it lands in a waiting palm, metal on flesh. Flick, whisper, slap. Over and over. One man taught me to hear that sound like it was the only sound in the world. I will get to him. You will hear his name, and you will probably decide right away what you think about him. Drunk, addict, stalker, victim, monster. That is the thing about people like him and people like me. Everyone wants to sort us into something simple. It makes the world feel safer. I cannot give you that. There is nothing simple about what happened in that church off Highway 23. I am not going to pretend otherwise to make this story go down easier. I want you to understand where I stand before we go further. I am not a hero in this. If you came here for that, you should click away now. I am not the brave guy who saw something terrible and stopped it in time. I am not the innocent bystander either. And if you have already started Googling while you listen, you have probably figured that out. I am not comfortable calling myself a victim, even though some people have used that word. I have seen real victims. None of them end up sitting alone in a motel room, staring at a flickering sign, and wondering if the thing that ruined their life was ever really outside them at all. The truth is uglier than that. I am just the only one still alive who remembers it from the inside. From inside that church on that night with those sounds. From inside my own head, which might be the most dangerous part of all. People have been arguing about me for years now. The cops, the doctors, the folks who still drive past that little red brick church and speed up without knowing why. Everyone has a version. The files say one thing. The news articles say another. The professionals have their diagnosis. The locals have their rumors. The internet has its own stories. When you are done hearing this, you will have yours. You will hear about what we burned in that furnace. Not all the details. I do not think either of us wants that. But enough. You will hear about the man with the coin and the night he walked beside me into a place that was supposed to be holy. You will hear what I saw, what I heard, what the cameras said, and what the doctors told me it all meant. And when you finish, you can decide for yourself. You can decide if I was hypnotized like I swear I was that night, or if I just finally turned into what I was always afraid of, the kind of person who does something unspeakable, and then spends the rest of his life trying to convince himself it could not have been him. 1.2. Life between strings and static. Before any of this, my life was boring in exactly the way that makes what happened later hard to believe. On weekdays, I worked at a warehouse just off I-71. Not a big Amazon place, nothing like that. This was a squat concrete building behind a strip of auto shops and a dying strip mall with 3 loading bays and a parking lot full of pickup trucks and mid-2000s sedans with rust on the wheel wells. Inside, it always smelled like cardboard dust and the faint bite of pallet jack grease. My shift started at 8. The warehouse lights buzzed to life overhead, long rows of fluorescent tubes that made everyone's skin look like they were already dead. I spent my days scanning barcodes on boxes that all looked the same after a while, listening to the beep of the handheld scanner and the shrill backup beeps of forklifts as they inched down narrow aisles. Sometimes, when I was alone at the far end of the building, those sounds echoed in a way that made the place feel cavernous, like I was the last person inside a hollowed-out ship. I knew where every draft came from in that building. The north wall had a tiny crack that let in cold air in the winter. You could feel it on your ankles if you stood in the wrong spot too long. The break room had a refrigerator that wheezed and clattered so loudly you had to raise your voice to be heard over it. I told myself that getting used to the noise made me good at my night job. At least that is how I thought of it back then, my real job. Nights and Sundays, I was not just Ethan, the warehouse guy. I was Ethan, the guitar player. Our church was small enough that titles stretched. I was the worship band, which really meant me on a beat-up black Strat, a teenager on a cajon instead of a real drum kit, and a woman named Marlene on keys when she was not too busy. Somewhere along the way, because I knew how to plug things in and read a manual, I became the unofficial tech guy too. If it had wires, I was responsible for it. The amps, the mixer that sat like a little spaceship at the back of the sanctuary. The cheap security cameras we had installed, just in case, even the alarm system that chirped when someone forgot to deactivate it in time. On Sundays, I would be at the church by 7:30, way before anyone else, walking through the building with a styrofoam cup of gas station coffee, flipping switches and watching for the tiny green lights that meant everything was alive. Sunday mornings had their own routine. The parking lot started as an empty rectangle of gravel and oil stains under a pale sky, then slowly filled. First came the older couples in Buicks that had seen better days, parking in the same spots they had used for years. Then young families in minivans, kids pressed up against the windows, fogging the glass with their breath. They would tumble out, dragging their sneakers along the salt-stained sidewalk that ran from the lot to the front steps. Winter in Ohio always leaves that thin white crust on everything, like the whole world never quite dried off. Inside, the air warmed up with bodies and smells. The big metal coffee urn in the fellowship hall started to bubble a steady glug, glug, glug as the dark liquid rose and fell inside. Someone would tear open packets of powdered creamer and sugar, and the sweet artificial smell would mix with the scent of old carpet and cheap perfume. Folding tables rattled as people set them up for after-service snacks. The soda machine groaned awake in the corner, its compressor kicking on like a heavy sigh. I would stand on the stage guitar strap over my shoulder and listen to all of it. The murmur of conversations, the squeak of shoes on the tiled hallway, the occasional shriek of a kid being told to behave. I knew which fluorescent tube in the sanctuary was going to flicker like a strobe during the second song, and which microphone cable needed to be jiggled just right to stop the static. It was all so familiar that it felt like part of my own body. You should know about Pastor Daniels too. He was in his 50s with a soft belly that pressed against his shirt buttons when he laughed, and hair that had gone gray at the temples first and then slowly surrendered everywhere else. His voice had that gentle Midwestern drawl that made even bad news sound like it could be fixed with a casserole and a prayer. He had a habit of clapping his hand down on your shoulder when he talked to you in the parking lot, like he was pinning you to the moment. Just make sure the furnace does not die on us again, okay? He would say, grinning, hand heavy on my shoulder, while his breath steamed in the cold air. At some point, it stopped being a joke. He handed me a key ring one Wednesday night after Bible study, metal jingling in his palm. "You are here more than anyone," he said. "Figure it is time you had all the keys anyway." That was how I became the key holder. Daniels trusted me to lock up to make sure the alarm was set, to check that the ancient furnace in the back room actually lit when it was supposed to. It felt good, honestly. Like someone was saying I was responsible, that I could be counted on. I did not realize then how heavy a set of keys can become. I spent a lot of late nights in that building because of those keys. Bible study on Wednesdays usually wrapped up around 9:15. People would linger, gathering their coats, and kids rolling up their Bibles like newspapers under their arms. Once the last car pulled out of the lot and the red taillights disappeared onto the highway, the church changed. By 9:45, it was just me. The sanctuary emptied out completely, rows of padded pews stretching forward into dim light. The projector's cooling fan would whir and then wind down a soft, descending whine as the last bit of heat bled out of the bulb. I would stand at the back and let the quiet settle for a second before I started moving. The exit sign over the side door cast a dull red rectangle onto the carpet, just bright enough to give everything a faint, bloody tint if the main lights were off. Sometimes I would leave them off on purpose while I coiled microphone cables, letting my eyes adjust to the low glow. The soundboard LEDs blinked little green and orange lights in the dark, like tiny eyes watching from the back wall. The building never fully shut up. The HVAC system clicked and sighed, switching cycles with hollow thuds somewhere behind the drywall. The mini fridge in the little kitchenette off the fellowship hall rattled and hummed, ice cubes clinking as they broke loose inside its tiny freezer. One of the fluorescent fixtures near the front door had a ballast that buzzed louder than the others, a high insect-like whine that made your teeth itch if you stood under it too long. You might think that would be creepy all by itself, but it was not. For a long time, that was my favorite part of the week. Just me, the dim lights, and a room that had stopped performing for anyone. Churches look different when the seats are empty and nobody is pretending they are not tired. They feel honest. I would walk down the center aisle, slowly dragging my fingertips along the back of each pew, listening to the fabric squeak under my hand. Static crackled against my skin in the dry winter air. One night, not long before everything really started, I stayed later than usual. I cannot even remember why now. Maybe one of the microphones had cut out during a song, and I wanted to replace the cable. Maybe I just did not feel like going back to my apartment yet. Daniels had already pulled away. The last car lights had vanished. It was just past 10:30. The clock above the sanctuary doors ticked loud enough that I could hear it over everything else. I had turned off the main lights and was walking down the aisle toward the stage, wrapping a mic cable around my arm in loose loops. The red glow from the exit sign painted the far wall. The projector screen hung blank and gray, a rectangle of nothing. My shoes made soft, dull thumps on the carpet. That was when I heard it. A tiny, sharp sound from behind me, close enough that I felt it more than heard it. Tack. It was not a big noise. It was not a bang or a crash. It sounded exactly like a small piece of metal tapping against wood. The closest thing my brain could find for it was a coin, maybe a quarter, bouncing once on the back of a pew. I stopped walking. The cable slipped a little in my hands. The rest of the building held its breath. Got vs an off fridge between cycles, no car on the highway at that exact second. Just that single memory of tack hanging in the air behind me. I turned. The sanctuary looked the same as it had 3 seconds before. Empty pews, dark windows showing nothing but black. Exit sign glowing red, unmoved. No one standing between the rows. Nothing on the floor. No coin rolling in a lazy circle toward my shoes. I waited a full minute, heart beating too fast for such a small sound, listening for it again. For footsteps, for breathing, for anything. All I got was the familiar low rumble of the furnace kicking back on somewhere in the walls. The air began to move again, brushing my face with warm dust. Old wood, I told myself out loud, just to break the tension. Things shift. Metal expands. Relax. I went back to wrapping the cable, my fingers a little clumsier than before. At the time, I treated it like nothing. Just another building noise in an old church at the end of a long day. I did not mention it to Daniels. I did not write it down. Looking back now, it sits in my memory, like a tiny pin driven into a map marking the first place the story did not sound quite right anymore. The first time something made a sound in that church that I could not immediately explain away. 1.3. The first time I saw Ray. Our church was too small to keep the lights on with Sunday tithes alone, so we rented the building out whenever we could. There were birthday parties in the fellowship hall, sometimes little league banquets with paper tablecloths and glittery banners. But the most regular renters, the ones we all pretended not to notice too much, were the AA groups. They met early in the morning or late at night, when the parking lot was empty and the highway outside felt far away. On Tuesdays and Fridays, there was a 7 a.m. meeting, all steam breath and frost on car windshields. On Thursdays and Saturdays, there was the late one, 8 to 9, almost always running over. That was the one I usually ended up around. My job for AA nights was simple. Get there early, make sure the furnace actually lit, turn on the hallway lights, and unlock the side door so people did not have to fumble with the front entrance. The rest I stayed out of. It was understood. What you hear here, who you see here, let it stay here. I never sat in, never listened on purpose. I just made sure the building did not fail them. Those evenings had a different smell than Sundays. I would step through the side door around 7:30 p.m., and the hallway would already feel thicker. Someone always made coffee in the big metal urn, the strong stuff, the kind that smelled almost burned even when it was fresh. That scent would spill down the hall and bleed into the sanctuary, bitter coffee-wet wool from coats hung on the rack, a trace of cheap cigarettes embedded in denim. In winter, there was always that background odor of snow melting off boots, that cold mineral smell of slush and asphalt clinging to rubber soles. I would walk past the classroom where they met and catch glimpses without meaning to. Metal folding chairs in a circle, styrofoam cups in every hand, heads nodding slowly while someone talked. Sometimes there was laughter, the tired kind that sounded like people remembering they still had a throat. Sometimes there was silence so deep that even the hum of the soda machine in the fellowship hall seemed rude. I told myself those nights that if the building could be a refuge for them, then my job meant something. I was not preaching. I was not saving souls. I was making sure the lights stayed on long enough for somebody to say, "Hi, I am still here," and not be alone when they said it. The first time I saw Ray, it was one of those nights. It was February, the kind of cold that does not bother to be dramatic. No big storm, no whiteout. Just a steady, ugly, half-melted winter that clung to everything. Earlier that day, it had snowed just enough to turn the shoulders of Highway 23 into gray slush. By the time I pulled into the church lot, the snow had settled into slick, wet patches that reflected the yellow-orange glow of the sodium vapor lights like oil. The AA meeting had already been going for about an hour. When I walked down the hallway, I could hear a voice through the classroom door, male low, talking about taking it one day at a time, and the murmur of people listening. I checked the thermostat, felt the warm air coming from the vent, flipped on the light in the small kitchen, just in case anyone needed water. Then I realized I had forgotten the trash. There was a rule after a group met: we did not leave their coffee cups, pizza boxes, or crumpled meeting schedules piled up until Sunday. Daniels was big on that. "We don't make anyone's worst day part of the scenery," he would say. So I pulled the black trash bag from the can in the fellowship hall, tied it off with one hard yank, and hauled it out the side door toward the dumpster. Outside, the cold hit me in the face like a wet towel. It was about 9:20 p.m. The sky was a low, dirty gray, reflecting the lights from the highway. The church's side wall was lit by a single buzzing security light, and out further near the edge of the lot, the taller sodium lamp cast everything in that strange, washed-out yellow that makes skin look sick. I hefted the bag into the dumpster, heard the soft thud as it landed on other bags, and then paused for a second just to breathe. The faint rush of the highway was louder out here. Trucks groaned past in the distance, tires hissing on wet pavement. Somewhere a dog barked far enough away that it might have been in another town. That is when I noticed I was not alone. He was sitting on the low concrete curb that separated our gravel lot from the thin strip of grass by the road. Just far enough away that you would miss him if you did not let your eyes slide past the edge of the building. The sodium light hit him from above, flattening all the colors. He wore a gray hoodie with the hood up under a faded denim jacket that had seen more winters than it should have. His jeans were dark but wet at the cuffs where they touched the slush. He was thin enough that the clothes seemed to hang from him instead of sit on his shoulders a little too narrow, knees bony where he rested his elbows. His face was hollow in that way people get when their body has burned through too many reserves, cheekbones, sharp eyes, deep. But his eyes were bright, not happy, not friendly, just bright. Alert in a way the rest of him was not. They followed the movement of my arms as I threw the bag into the dumpster, then flicked down to my hands when I rubbed them together against the cold. What really drew my attention, though, was his hands. He was holding a coin, not a quarter, bigger than that, maybe a $50. The dull yellow light caught the silver edge as it moved. His fingers worked the coin in a smooth, practiced motion: thumb, flick up, coin, spin, palm, catch. Over and over, flick, spin, slap, flick, spin, slap. The sound of it cut through everything else. There was still the whisper of cars on 23, the distant bark, the hum of the security light over my head. But my brain tuned all of that down without me asking it to. All that remained clear right in the center of my hearing was the small, repetitive music of metal hitting skin. It sounded almost gentle, but it pulled at me, like someone snapping their fingers next to your ear, just off rhythm. For a moment, he did not say anything, and neither did I. We just existed in the same weak circle of light, him sitting, me standing, with my hands shoved into the pockets of my jacket, pretending I was not staring. "You are the guitar guy, right?" he said finally, without looking up, like he already knew the answer. His voice was rough around the edges, like he woke up tasting old smoke. I blinked. "Yeah," I said, "most weeks." He let the coin flip again. Flick, spin, slap. "You always leave last," he added. The way he said it made it hard to tell if it was a compliment or an accusation. His mouth curled at one corner, something like a smile that never made it all the way to his eyes. I tried to laugh it off. "Someone has to turn the lights off," I said. "You here for the meeting?" Stupid question. Of course he was. Nobody just hangs around a church parking lot in the cold for fun. He shrugged a small lift of shoulders under the denim. The coin flashed, disappeared, reappeared. "Something like that," he said. "Place is warm, coffee is free, cross on the roof, looks good from the road." It was the kind of answer that sounds like nothing until you replay it later. Up close, I could see his hands better. The skin over his knuckles was dry and cracked. There were little white scars on the backs of his fingers, the kind you get from working with metal or being careless around broken glass. But the way he moved the coin was smooth as a magic trick. It never dropped. It never even wobbled. I realized I was still listening harder to the sound of the coin than to his words. Every flick of his thumb made a tiny, sharp click. Every catch produced that soft slap. It dovetailed perfectly with the rhythm of my own heartbeat in my ears. I felt a little stupid about it, like I was letting a street performer distract me, but I could not help it. The sound hooked into something in my head and tugged. I just thought he was another guy trying to get clean. I would tell myself later and tell detectives and doctors and anyone else who asked. We get a lot of broken people through those doors. And it was true. In that moment, I did what I had been trained by small-town church life to do. I put him in a box I understood. Addict, AA, regular. Another sad story with a coffee cup and a coin to fidget with instead of a cigarette. I nodded to him, asked if the heat was okay inside, and when he grunted something like, "Yeah," I took it as the end of the conversation and went back in. I heard the coin one more time before the door closed behind me. Flick, spin, slap. That night after the meeting had ended and everyone had gone home, I did my usual rounds. Lights off and the fellowship hall doors checked, alarm armed. When I finally got back to my apartment, the warmth of it hit me in a sleepy wave. I dropped my keys in the bowl by the door, kicked off my boots, and walked down the short hallway toward the kitchen to get a glass of water. As I passed the doorway to the little dining area, my eyes snagged on something that was not really there. The table in that apartment had been my mother's once. Looking at it always pulled up memories, whether I wanted them or not. For a second, I was not in my place. I was 8 years old again, standing on worn linoleum in a different kitchen, in a different town, watching my mother stare out of a window over a sink full of dishes. She had one hand braced on the counter, her shoulders tense under a faded sweater. It was the middle of the day, sun bright on the snow outside, and she was whispering almost to herself. "Do you see that man? He has been standing at the corner all day." I remember wiping my hands on my jeans and stepping up beside her heart, beating fast even though I did not know why. I remember pressing my forehead to the cold glass and looking out at the quiet street, the patchy yard, the telephone pole on the corner. I remember seeing absolutely no one. That was the first time I learned, I tell you now in this motel room, that smells like other people's lives, that a person can be absolutely sure they are seeing someone that is not there. Back then, I did not understand what that meant. Standing in my own hallway years later with the echo of a stranger's coin still ticking in my skull, I did not realize I might be walking toward the same lesson all over again. 2.1. Small town, same faces. Or so I thought. For a little while after that first night by the dumpster, Ray was just another one of the AA guys. I saw him the next week in the fellowship hall, sitting in one of the metal chairs at the back of the circle. The hood was down on his sweatshirt this time, under the yellowish fluorescence. His hair looked darker, slicked back, like he had actually tried to make an effort. He cradled a styrofoam cup in both hands, steam curling up into the tired air. From where I was propping a door open and pretending not to listen, I watched him tilt his head toward the man who was sharing. He laughed at the right times, that dry, breathy laugh that addicts have when they recognize a trap they have walked into themselves. When the group clapped at the end of the share, he clapped two palms coming together with more force than anyone else's, like he was trying to convince someone, maybe himself, that he belonged there. Pastor Daniels talked to him once or twice. I caught bits of it in passing. "Glad you are here, Ray. Coffee's strong, but it'll keep you honest. Storm's coming in later. You got a ride home." Ray would grin, lips peeling back from those yellowing teeth, and say something like, "I always find a way home, Pastor," which made no sense and too much sense at the same time. It was small-town politeness, recovering addict vagueness, and something else I could not name. In a town like ours, you get used to seeing the same faces everywhere. There are only so many places to go, only so many places that stay open past 10. If you stand in the parking lot of our church and spin slowly in a circle, you can practically point toward every landmark that matters. The Walmart with its tired blue sign sagging a little, the Speedway gas station with the ever-changing gas prices, in big red numbers, the Dollar General, that always looks like it is halfway through restocking. Sundays after service, the flow of our people would divide. Half of them went home to pot roast and football. The other half went on pilgrimage to Walmart. You could tell who was who by the time on the clock, and whether the kids in the back seat were wearing coats or squirming half out of their church clothes already. Walmart was where you grabbed milk, cereal, paper towels, and the things you forgot you needed until you saw them on someone else's cart. Weeknights, the Speedway was the heart of town. If you wanted coffee at 11 at night, or a hot dog that had been rotating under a heat lamp since the afternoon, or just an excuse to stand under harsh light and pretend you were not alone, you went there. The doors sighed open with a rubbery wheeze every time someone walked in. The bell above them chimed too brightly, like it thought it was in a nicer place. Dollar General was for after paychecks and before bills. I did my rounds through all of them. Warehouse during the day, church at night. then one of those three if I needed caffeine or laundry detergent or a reason not to go home just yet. It was normal to see people from church in those places. Daniels at the freezer section of Walmart staring at ice cream like it held the answers. Marlene in Dollar General comparing candles. Teenagers in Speedway arguing over which energy drink would keep them awake through exams. For a while, that was what I told myself was happening with Ray. Small town, same faces. It would have been weirder not to see him everywhere. The first time I saw him outside of the church was at the Speedway, late on a Thursday. It was one of those nights when the warehouse shift had been long for no good reason. We had gotten a pallet in that was mislabeled, spent 2 hours chasing numbers through the system that did not match what was on the boxes. And by the time I clocked out, my brain felt like someone had taken a scanner to it and beeped every thought. The digital clock on my dashboard blinked 11:27 p.m. in sickly green when I pulled into the Speedway lot. The place was half empty, a pickup at one pump, a sedan idling near the air hose. The white glow of the canopy lights made the wet pavement look like black glass. I killed the engine, listened to it tick as it cooled, and then pushed through the gas station door. The bell chimed. The heater near the entrance blasted my face with air that smelled like old coffee and fryer grease. The radio behind the counter was playing some overproduced pop song I recognized, but could not name all fake drums and auto-tune. The refrigerators at the back wall hummed like a swarm of patient bees. I headed for the coffee station on automatic. There he was. Ray stood at the far end of the coffee bar near the rack of powdered creamers and sugar packets. Same gray hoodie, the sleeves pushed up to his forearms now, and the denim jacket open. His head was tilted down, dark hair hanging forward as he pretended to read the label on a bottle of hazelnut syrup. In his right hand, the coin moved. Flick, spin, slap, flick, spin, slap. The sound was soft, barely audible under the radio and the refrigerators and the beep of the register every time the clerk scanned a lottery ticket. But my ears found it instantly. It cut a straight, clean line through all the other noise and hooked in. I actually turned my head a little like someone had called my name. He looked up and saw me. The corner of his mouth twitched. "Hey, guitar guy," he said like we had just run into each other at church, and not in the only open store in town at nearly midnight. I poured coffee I did not really want, because walking away felt too conspicuous. "Hey," I said, "you stalking the caffeine too?" He nodded at my cup. "Cheaper than a relapse," he said, and smiled with just enough bitterness to make it sound like a joke. The coin flipped again, flashed in the fluorescent light, landed in his palm with that quiet slap. We did not talk much. A few more lines about the weather, about how the roads were slick, about how the coffee tasted like burnt rubber, but none of us cared. When I left, he was still standing there, stirring sugar into his cup coin between his fingers, like it belonged there more than the plastic stirrer did. I told myself it was a coincidence. People in AA drink coffee like it is a sacrament. Of course he would be there. The next time was at Walmart a couple of days later. It was a Sunday afternoon, sometime after 2. Service was over. The sanctuary had emptied out in a flurry of winter coats and half-finished conversations. I had stayed behind as usual to power down the soundboard and coil cables. By the time I left the church, my stomach was growling and I had realized I was out of groceries. Walmart it was. The place was busy in that slow, dragging way. Families pushing carts with one-stuck-wheel kids grabbing at cereal boxes with cartoon characters on them. Lone men like me doing the bachelor shuffle down the frozen aisle. The overhead lights were too bright, the floor too shiny. Somewhere far off, a child was crying in that non-stop hiccuping way that makes your temples throb. I moved through my list: bread, eggs, milk, cheap frozen dinners, whatever was on sale. I was halfway toward the registers when I saw him. He was sitting on one of those molded plastic benches near the pharmacy window where people wait for their prescriptions to be filled. His elbows were on his knees, hands hanging loosely, but the coin was still there, dancing over his knuckles like it was wired into his nerves. The pharmacy's digital display chimed every time a number changed. A woman in front of the window was arguing about insurance. Somewhere down the aisle, a scanner beeped each item on a belt. None of it mattered. All I heard was the small, insistent rhythm. Flick, spin, slap. He did not look up this time. If he saw me, he did not show it. I slowed for half a second, then kept walking. My cart rattled. My heart thudded just a little too hard for a casual encounter. Town's small, I told myself. Walmart's the only game in town. Of course you are going to see the same people. It kept happening. At the church on a Saturday evening when I was fixing a busted outlet in the back hallway, I stepped out the rear door to test the exterior light, and there he was, again perched halfway up the concrete stairs that led down to the basement entrance. It was full dark, the sky low and heavy, the only light coming from the yellow bulb above the door. He sat in the shadow just beyond it, one knee-up cigarette glowing between two fingers of his left hand, the coin flicking in the right. The cigarette crackled quietly every time he inhaled. The exhale drifted white into the cold air. The coin sound threaded through both like a metronome. Flick, spin, slap. "You live here or something," I called down to him, intending it to come out light teasing. It sounded more irritated than I meant it to. He grinned up at me through the smoke. "I like the view," he said. "Place looks different from the back." "Most things do," I said, because I did not know what else to say. Later in the car, the words I did not say out loud finally surfaced. "Do you ever go home? Do you ever stop flipping that thing?" It was around then that I started noticing the pattern. I would be driving down Main Street and see someone walking on the sidewalk in a gray hoodie, and for a second my stomach would drop before I realized it was a teenager or some other guy. I would hear loose change clink in my own pocket and feel my shoulders tense until I fished out the coins and saw they were just dimes and quarters, not that smooth, heavy $50. Small town, same faces. That is what I kept repeating to myself. But there is a difference between seeing someone often because you share the same limited supply of places and feeling like someone is always just one step ahead of you, already there when you arrive. And every time I caught sight of him, Speedway Walmart behind the church, the same thought pushed up at the back of my throat, sharp and bitter. "Do you ever go home, Ray? Or is home just wherever that coin lands? 2.2, the cul-de-sac and the coin." For a long time, home and church were two different universes for me. The church lived off Highway 23 under the glow of neon and sodium lights, wrapped in traffic noise and the smell of coffee and old hymnals. Home was 10 miles away at the dead end of a quiet cul-de-sac, a little loop of townhomes where nothing exciting was supposed to happen at all. My place was one of 6 nearly identical units glued together in a half circle. Beige siding, dark shutters, postage stamp patches of lawn that always looked tired. A skinny maple tree out front that had never quite decided if it wanted to live. There was a single streetlight planted at the entrance to the cul-de-sac, its yellow light spilling in a cone that barely reached the last 2 houses. At night, it made the parked cars look like they were underwater metal dulled windows black. Everyone had the same trash cans, big blue plastic ones, with hinged lids lined up obediently at the end of the driveways on Sunday nights, like soldiers waiting for inspection. During the week, they sat tucked along the sides of garages, leaving faint rubber scuffs on the siding. The loudest thing that usually happened on our street was a kid's bike tipping over or someone slamming a car door too hard. There was comfort in how predictable it all was. You got used to which windows would glow blue from a TV after 11 Which neighbor's HVAC unit kicked on with a grinding wheeze every time the temperature dropped a degree? Which dog on which porch would give a token bark when you walked by and then give up? When I pulled into the cul-de-sac after a long day, seeing the same shapes in the same places made me feel like I had successfully slipped back into my own lane. The night this changed, it was around 1:30 in the morning. I had worked a late shift at the warehouse. The computer system had gone down for an hour, and we spent the rest of the night trying to catch up, shuffling pallets in circles that felt like punishment. By the time I clocked out, my shoulders ached, and my brain felt like someone had stuffed it with dryer lint. The drive home was a black smear of highway and headlights. When I turned into the cul-de-sac, everything looked right. Streetlight humming. Trucks and sedans lined up in their usual spots. One upstairs window with a soft blue TV flicker behind slanted blinds. My unit's front porch light was off. I never remembered to turn it on, so the front of my townhouse sat in shadow except for the thin wash of yellow from the distant lamp pooling on the hood of my Ford. I killed the engine, and sat for a moment with my hands on the steering wheel, listening to the tick-tick-tick of hot metal cooling. There was a faint rumble in the distance, the low, endless roar of freight trains rolling through the industrial edge of town. Closer, I could hear somebody's HVAC unit humming a tired, steady note air moving through vents behind drywall. Inside, the apartment smelled like old coffee and laundry detergent. I dropped my keys into the bowl by the door, swapped my boots for worn-out sneakers, and did the thing I always told myself I was going to quit. I took my nearly empty pack of cigarettes off the counter and stepped back outside onto the small concrete porch. The night air had that knife-sharp edge of late winter. It cut in through the thin fabric of my hoodie, raising goosebumps along my arms. I flicked the lighter, the flame flaring briefly in front of my face, and drew in smoke that hit the back of my throat like sandpaper. I leaned against the railing, a cheap wooden thing that creaked under my weight, and stared out into the quiet little loop of asphalt and driveways. It was the kind of moment where your brain finally goes quiet. No warehouse numbers, no worship set lists, no half-remembered faces from AA meetings. Just the distant train, the cicada-like buzz of the streetlight, and the soft whirring of an HVAC somewhere down the row. There was absolutely no reason for Ray to be anywhere near it. I was halfway through the cigarette, watching the smoke curl up and dissolve into the dark, when headlights swung into view at the mouth of the cul-de-sac. I squinted against the glare as a truck turned in, slowly, tires crunching over the patch of gravel that marked the edge of the circle. It was an old Chevy, the kind with a boxy front and dull, oxidized paint that might have been blue once or green before too many winters ate the color off. One of the headlights was a little dimmer than the other. The engine made that tired growl old trucks make, like every acceleration was an argument. At first, I did not think much of it. People turned around in our cul-de-sac sometimes when they missed the street they wanted. Delivery drivers, folks checking addresses in the dark, teenagers looking for somewhere to park and check their phones. I took another drag, exhaled slowly, and watched the truck crawl along the outer edge of the circle. It passed under the streetlight. For a second, the cab was lit up from the side, and I could see through the glass. Not clearly, not perfectly, but enough. The driver's face was mostly in shadow, the brim of a cap, or the angle of the light hiding his features. What I did see was his right hand lifting off the steering wheel, fingers pinched around something small and round. The coin flashed once, a sharp, clean glint of silver in the yellow light. His thumb flicked the movement so smooth it made my stomach drop. I could not hear it. The truck's engine was too loud, the distance too great. But my brain supplied the sound anyway. Flick, spin, slap. For a heartbeat, it was like the whole world narrowed to that hand, that coin turning over in the air. I actually felt my fingers loosen around the cigarette. The tip flared too bright as I jerked in surprise, ash drifting down onto my shoe. Then the truck rolled past the cab, slipping back into shadow. Taillights glowed red as it reached the end of the cul-de-sac, paused, and then made a lazy U-turn. The engine revved once, and the Chevy headed back the way it had come, disappearing beyond the streetlight, beyond the row of houses swallowed up by the ordinary darkness. I stood there, smoke stinging my eyes, watching the empty street for a few extra seconds, as if the truck might suddenly pop back into existence. The cigarette burned low between my fingers, almost to the filter. I almost dropped my cigarette, I remember thinking, absurdly. Not someone who does not live here, just drove past my house at 1:30 in the morning. Not. I am pretty sure I just saw that guy from church outside my home. Just that small, useless detail, ash on my shoe and my heart beating too hard in my chest. My street was never supposed to mix with my church. Church was where you went to see your brokenness. Home was where you went to hide it. Whatever line separated those two spaces, that truck had just driven right over it. I finished the cigarette with a couple of quick drags, flicked the butt into the little metal tray I kept on the railing, and went back inside, locking the door with a little more force than usual. I told myself I was being paranoid. There are 100 old Chevys in our county, 1,000 guys who fidget with something in their hands when they drive. The coin had become such a fixed part of my mental picture of Ray that maybe I would have seen it in anyone's grip. Maybe. The next day, I could not shake it. The image kept coming back while I was scanning boxes at the warehouse, while I was eating a microwaved burrito in the break room, while I was sitting at a red light watching someone scrape ice off their windshield with a credit card. Hand, flash, flick. By the time evening rolled around and I headed to the church to set up for midweek Bible study, I had almost convinced myself I needed to say something, not to the police. There was nothing to tell them except a guy who looked like someone I know drove past my house, but to someone who at least knew Ray's name. Pastor Daniels was in his office when I knocked the door half open. The room always smelled faintly like old paper and weak coffee. Stacks of books leaned against each other on every surface, spines, cracked pages stuffed with sticky notes. A mug sat on his desk, leaving a ring on a bulletin about an upcoming missions fundraiser. The cross on the wall behind him was slightly crooked, no matter how many times he or I tried to straighten it. "Hey, Ethan," he said, looking up from whatever sermon outline he was working on. "You look like you saw a ghost out there." He chuckled at his own joke. I sat down in the chair across from him, the cushions sagging under me with a familiar wheeze. "Not a ghost," I said. "Just somebody." I told him about Ray, about the coffee at Speedway, the bench at Walmart, the steps behind the church. And then, hesitating only a second, I told him about the truck in my cul-de-sac. I left out how late it was, how hard my heart had been pounding, but I described the coin, the flash, the feeling of being watched in a place that was supposed to be mine alone. Daniels listened, fingers steepled under his chin, eyes half closed the way he did when he wanted you to feel heard. When I finished, he let out a low hum. "He's probably just restless," he said. "Recovering addicts roam, they get in their heads, they drive, they walk, they hang around the places they know. You said he is coming to meetings, right? That is something. You are reading too much into it." I shifted in my chair. "He was on my street," I said. "He does not live anywhere near there." Daniels shrugged, softening it with a smile. "Town's not that big, Ethan, and cul-de-sacs feel safe. People do laps when they are thinking. I doubt he even knew it was your place." I opened my mouth to argue, then shut it again. His tone had changed just slightly enough to add another layer. "You know," he went on more gently, "your mom used to see things, remember you told me once. Men at the corner, faces at the window. He tapped the side of his head with one finger. Sometimes this thing makes patterns that are not really there. Maybe it runs deep. There it was. A sentence that landed somewhere between concern and dismissal. I felt my jaw tighten. "This is different," I said a little too quickly. "Ray's real. People talk to him. He drinks our coffee, sits in our chairs. I am not making him up." Daniels held up his hands in a surrender gesture. "I am not saying you are," he replied. "I am just saying, be careful what you feed. Fear, suspicion, they grow if you let them. You are tired, you work nights, you have history. Just watch yourself, okay? Don't let one guy with a coin live rent-free in your head." I nodded, because that was what I was supposed to do. He trusted me with keys and cables. I was supposed to trust him with people. But walking out of that office, past the crooked cross and the cooling coffee, I felt a rough little knot in my chest. It was the strangest kind of gaslight, not from some manipulative stranger, but from my own past. From the memory of my mother at the window, whispering about a man nobody else could see. From the knowledge sitting in some doctor's file that my blood had already carried one person into hallucinations. "I am not her," I told myself that night, as I turned on lights and checked cables and listened to the HVAC cough itself awake. "This is different. He is real. He is really there." Outside, somewhere in town, a coin flicked up into the air and came down into a waiting palm. I could not hear it from where I was, but my brain supplied the sound anyway. 2. The tape that did not match my memory. If you are wondering why there were cameras at a tiny church off Highway 23 in the first place, the answer is bad luck and a broken window. A couple of years before everything went wrong, some kids, that was the theory at least, had thrown a rock through one of the fellowship hall windows late at night. Nobody went inside. Nobody stole anything but the broken glass, and the snow drifted in over the folding tables and craft supplies, and Daniels came in the next morning to find a little white hill on the floor. He was furious in the quiet, disappointed way pastors get. The following week, a cheap 4-camera CCTV system showed up in a big cardboard box, probably bought on sale from the same Walmart, where half the congregation did their shopping. The label on the side promised crystal clear night vision and peace of mind, which made us both laugh when we pulled out the tangle of cables and the flimsy instruction manual. We mounted the little black eyes in the usual places. One under the eave pointed over the parking lot. One in the hallway above the side door watching the stream of people in and out. One in the fellowship hall angled to cover the coffee table and the entrance to the AA room. And one in the sanctuary up in the corner by the back wall, looking down at the rows of pews and the pulpit like a bored angel. All 4 fed into a box in a narrow closet off Daniel's office. A dusty metal shelf with a humming DVR, a tangle of power strips, and a cheap monitor that only turned on if you jiggled the cord just right. It recorded in loops, overwriting itself every couple of weeks. I was the one who set it up, so I was the one who ended up responsible for it. Just in case Daniels had said, clapping my shoulder. You know, for insurance, for peace of mind. Peace of mind is a funny phrase to me now. A few weeks after the night I saw the Chevy in my cul-de-sac, I was locking up after another midweek study when Daniels caught me at the sanctuary door. The lights were already half off, exit signs glowing red in the dim. "Hey Ethan," he said, "you got a second?" He had his phone in his hand, squinting at the screen without his reading glasses. Got a text from one of the neighbors. Said they thought they saw someone messing around near the side of the building early this morning, like before dawn. He gave a small shrug. Probably nothing. Raccoon. Guy walking his dog. But if you get a chance this week, check the logs. See if your little spy cams caught anything. "Sure," I said. "No problem." It was not until the next night that I remembered to do it. The church office is a different kind of quiet after dark than the sanctuary. Smaller, thicker. The walls are closer and lined with books, so the air feels like it does not want to carry sound as far. When I stepped in, flicked on the lamp on Daniels's desk, the bulb cast a warm yellow circle on the stacks of paper, and the open Bible leaving the corners of the room in shadow. The DVR closet door stuck a little when I pulled it open, wood catching on warped hinges. Inside, the equipment rack hummed softly. The monitor's power button glowed a dull green. Dust bits drifted in the air, catching the light. I pulled the spare office chair close, sat down with my knees bumping the edge of the shelf, and tapped the keyboard. The monitor woke up with a crackle and a flicker, 4 grainy squares popping into view: parking lot, hallway, fellowship hall, sanctuary. Live feed. Empty lot, still pews, quiet hall. The clock in the corner of the screen read 9:47 p.m. The actual clock on the office wall, an old analog thing with a second hand that jumped every tick, read the same. That at least felt like a small mercy. Sometimes the DVR clock drifted and I had to guess. I navigated the clunky menu with the arrow keys, feeling the way you feel when you are trying to use a TV remote from 3 generations ago. The interface was all gray rectangles and tiny text. I backed up from live to playback, entered the date Daniels had mentioned, and scrolled to the early morning hours. For a while, I watched the parking lot feed on fast forward. Time sped up. Snow piled and melted in a jumpy dance. Headlights streaked past on the highway beyond the edge of the frame. No one came into our lot. Nothing moved under the dull glow of the lamppost. Just the pixelated shimmer of static pretending to be night. Satisfied that the neighbor had probably seen nothing more sinister than their own reflection in a window, I was about to shut it down when another thought slid in sideways. I could check something else. Something that until then had only existed inside my head. There was this one night, maybe a week, maybe 10 days before that neighbor's text, that had been bothering me. The memory came back at weird times with a clarity that made it feel like it had been recorded somewhere. Ray on the curb under the sodium light. Me standing a few feet away, black trash bag in hand. The two of us talking while his coin kept time between us. He had asked about the meeting schedule that night. What time's the earliest group doors locked, during which entrance do you guys usually forget about? He said it like a joke, like a thief in a movie. And I had laughed a little even as I answered. The whole conversation sat in my mind, like a scene from a movie I had watched too many times. I realized sitting in that cramped office chair that I could actually watch it. I did not have to rely on my brain. My fingers moved before I could talk myself out of it. I pulled up footage from that date, thumbed slowly through the hours, until I saw my own car swing into the frame headlights washing across the gravel. I scrubbed forward to just after 9 when I knew AA would be winding down and I would be taking out the trash. On the screen, the parking lot appeared in washed out black and white. The grain made the snow look like static. The church's side wall cut a familiar line against the dark. The timestamp in the corner read 21:18:03. I took a breath I did not know I was holding and hit play. There I was. A small, ghostly version of myself appeared at the bottom of the frame, stepping out of the side door with a trash bag slung over my shoulder. Even in bad resolution, I recognized the way I moved, a slight slump in the shoulders, the shuffle of someone who has been on his feet all day. I walked across the lot toward the dumpster bag swinging. The curb where Ray had been sitting that night was right there in the upper right part of the frame. Under the sodium light, the concrete glowed pale gray. Empty. On the tape, my past self reached the dumpster, heaved the bag up and over. It disappeared with a faint jump of pixels. I straightened, turned toward the curb, and stopped. I could see my shoulders lift on a breath, my head tilt just a little as if I were listening to nothing. From where the camera watched, there was no one on the curb. No skinny guy in a hoodie, no denim jacket, no silhouette. Just the rectangle of concrete, the dark strip of road beyond, and the headlights of a car passing on Highway 23 in the distance. I stood there in the footage alone. On the monitor, I raised my hand, gestured outward toward the empty curb. My mouth moved, forming words I could not hear. I shifted my weight from one foot to the other, nodding the way you nod when someone is talking to you and you do not want to interrupt. At one point, I even lifted my hand and rubbed the back of my neck, a nervous habit I had when someone was asking questions I did not like. From the hallway behind me, the real-world church creaked quietly as the old wood settled. The laptop fan on Daniel's desk whirred to life, blowing warm, stale air. The wall clock ticked once the second hand, jumping forward. My ears rang. I let the footage run for another minute. On screen, I finished my invisible conversation, then turned back toward the door. I walked out of frame, and the parking lot fell still again. In all that time, not a single other figure had entered the shot. No Ray, no truck, no coin. I swallowed my throat dry. It took me 3 separate tries to make my hand move to the keyboard again. Maybe wrong night, I said out loud, because hearing my own voice made the room feel less like a cave. The sound came out too loud. Maybe wrong angle. He was just off camera. Easy. I checked the date in the corner of the screen. It matched the one on my phone, the one in my memory, down to the day of the week. I backed out of that clip, scrolled to the next night the previous week, just to be sure. On those nights, the only things the camera saw were my car, a couple of late headlights sliding along the highway, and once a stray cat slinking along the edge of the building. No Ray. I went back to the night I remembered and ran the footage again, slower this time, watching every corner of the frame. Nothing. Just me standing in a cone of artificial light, talking with my hands to someone that only existed in my perception. The wall clock ticked again. The laptop fan grew louder, as if it had to work harder to cool the suddenly heavy air. Under all of that, I could hear my own heartbeat, a slow, hard thud in my ears. Maybe he was standing just outside the frame, I thought. Maybe he moved before the camera caught him. Maybe the system glitched. These things are cheap. Wires get loose. It happens. I checked the text from Daniels about the neighbor on my own phone. The timestamp lined up with the DVR clock within a minute. I flipped through a couple of old messages from the night of my trash run conversation, looking for anything that would prove my brain was not playing tricks. A text I sent afterward, a note I had written myself. There was nothing. Finally, I hit stop. The parking lot froze on the screen, my blurred figure half turned toward an empty curb. I minimized the playback window and let the image collapse into the 4-camera live view. Empty, quiet, harmless. I reached over and jabbed the monitor's power button harder than I needed to. The screen went black, reflecting a faint ghost of my own face back at me. The church settled around me, its sounds returning one by one. The hum of the HVAC through the vent above Daniel's office. The faint groan of the building as it adjusted to the night temperature. Somewhere a car passed on the highway, tires hissing on the asphalt. And under all of it, inside my head, as clear as if someone was standing right behind me. Flick, spin, slap. The cameras had not recorded that sound. There was no audio on our cheap little system. But my memory supplied it perfectly. It rode the scene like a soundtrack even when the visuals did not back it up. That was the first time I realized my memory could be wrong. For most people, that kind of moment might have broken the spell, might have made them question the stranger in the hoodie, the truck in the cul-de-sac, the glimpses at Walmart and Speedway. Maybe it should have made me look in a mirror and admit my brain was building a man out of static and fear. It did not. Sitting there in the half-dark, staring at the blank monitor, I did not think maybe Ray was never there. I thought he knows exactly where the cameras are. I thought he knows how to stay just outside the frame. Something about that felt worse than any hallucination. It felt like the difference between a bad conduit in my mind and something past normal stalking. Something that could walk right up to the edge of what was being recorded, stand just beyond it, and still make sure I heard the coin. 3.1. The last normal Sunday. If you can call any day in that place normal, it was that one. Valentine's Sunday. The kind of service churches like ours hold half for the couples and half for the people who feel guilty about not being in a couple. Daniels had gone all in. There were red paper hearts taped crookedly to the walls in the foyer, glitter shedding onto the carpet. Someone had brought a bunch of cheap heart-shaped balloons from Dollar Tree, their strings knotted around a folding chair, so they bumped against the ceiling tiles all morning with static pops. I got there a little before 7:30, guitar case in one hand, styrofoam cup of gas station coffee in the other. The sun was just dragging itself up over the tree line, making the thin layer of snow in the parking lot look pink. My breath puffed out in little clouds as I crossed from my car to the front doors. The Jesus Saves sign was still on from the night before, its red glow pale in daylight, humming like it was tired. Inside, the church smelled like every product in the air freshener aisle at once. Someone, I am pretty sure it was Marlene, had sprayed some floral stuff in the sanctuary, something with a name like Passionate Rose or Love's Whisper. It mixed with the usual sense of old hymnals, coffee brewing in the fellowship hall, and the faint chemical note of whatever they used to clean the bathrooms on Saturdays. Every time I breathed in, it felt like I was inhaling a Hallmark card. I did what I always did, dropped my jacket on the back pew, set my guitar case on the stage, and went straight to the soundboard. The sanctuary lights clicked on in slow rows, buzzing to life. The projector fan started its soft whir. Up front, the heart balloons trembled and bumped against each other as the heater pushed air through the vents. Valentine's set list was extra corny that morning. Daniels had picked songs heavy on the love verses, the kind that stuck one foot in worship and the other in prom night. As I plugged in my amp, I could already hear the melody in my head, syrupy and predictable. We started soundcheck like always, drummer half awake tapping at the snare, Marlene yawning fingers stumbling over the first chords on the keys. I hummed into the mic, listened to my voice echo back from the speakers, adjusted knobs until the feedback whine died down. At one point, while Marlene was noodling through the first verse of some worship ballad, and I was waiting for my cue, I wandered toward the front of the sanctuary, guitar hanging loose. The early winter light coming through the side windows made the dust motes look like snow inside, drifting in slow motion. For no good reason, my eyes slid to the small, narrow window beside the main doors. From that angle, I could see through it out across part of the parking lot, and beyond that, a sliver of Highway 23. The glass was fogged at the edges from the temperature difference, but there was a stripe of clear view down the center. A figure stood near the shoulder of the highway, far enough away that they looked small, just a dark smudge against the pale snowbank, but close enough that my brain filled in details faster than it should have. Gray hoodie, denim jacket, head down like he was looking at something in his hands. As I watched, there was a tiny flash, a glint of light like the sun catching on metal as it turned over. Flick, spin, slap. I did not so much hear it as remember what it would sound like. Ethan Daniels' voice came from the back, echoing slightly through the empty pews. "You alive up there?" I blinked, looked away from the window. "Yeah," I called back, just checking the mix from up front. When I glanced back, the window showed nothing but empty lot and the blurred streak of a passing pickup on the highway. No dark figure, no coin. Small town. Same faces. Same tricks your mind plays when you let it chew on something too long. That is what I told myself. I went back to the soundboard. We finished sound check. People started arriving. By the time service really began, the church was buzzing. Couples shuffled in, some holding hands like they were trying out the gesture again for the first time in years, some walking side by side with the practiced distance of people who had been sharing a bed long enough to skip the public display. Single people came in twos and threes, hugging each other in the foyer a little harder than usual, making loud jokes about Jesus being my Valentine this year. Like if they said it confidently enough, it would not sting. Kids ran laps around the pews, their nice shoes thudding on the carpet. Someone had brought trays of cupcakes with bright red frosting and little heart sprinkles, and a few of the braver children had already managed to get the dye smeared across their mouths like blood. The coffee urn in the fellowship hall was working overtime, its metal sides hot to the touch, the smell of strong brew mixing with powdered creamer and the cloud of cheap cologne and perfume people had put on for the occasion. When the first song started, I did my job. I stood under the stage light's guitar strap, digging into my shoulder fingers, finding chords I could play half asleep. Daniel's voice rolled out over the room, hitting all the soft, safe phrases about love that never fails and hearts that never break if they belong to the right person. The drummer's sticks tapped out a steady beat behind me. Tap, 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 tap. At first it was fine, just rhythm, just sound. But somewhere between chorus and bridge, my brain did something unhelpful. The tap of the drumsticks shifted in my perception into something else. The sharp click of wood on drum rim blurred into the imagined flick of thumb on coin. The little accents the drummer added at the end of measures landed in my ears like tiny metal slaps. Flick, spin, slap. I glanced over my shoulder automatically, eyes scanning the sanctuary. Pews filled with people swaying, eyes closed, some with hands half-raised, palms open. No hoodie in the aisles, no denim jacket leaning against the back wall, no Ray at the soundboard at the door or in the shadows of the side exit. I told myself I was imagining it. Overlap. My brain taking a familiar sound and dressing it up in new clothes because it was bored. I raised the volume of my guitar just a little, let the strings ring louder, tried to drown out the phantom noise with something I knew was real. By the time the sermon started, the unease had settled into a dull knot right under my sternum. Daniels preached about love, of course. About choosing love every day, about God's love filling the spaces where human love runs out. People nodded, dabbed their eyes with tissues, squeezed their partner's hand. I sat near the back after we finished the last song, fingers still buzzing from the strings, and tried to focus on his words. My mind kept flashing back to the empty curb under the streetlight in my cul-de-sac, the vacant bench at Walmart, the way the tape had shown only me in the parking lot. After service, the church hung on to people longer than usual. Couples took photos under the heart balloons. Kids fought over cupcakes. Someone cranked up a Bluetooth speaker in the fellowship hall and played an old love song that made the older women sigh. I floated between rooms, wrapping cables, checking thermostat settings, shaking hands, when Daniels waved people over and said, "This is Ethan. He keeps us sounding good." It was only when the last plastic cup hit the trash and the final car backed out of the lot that things quieted down. The sky outside had gone from flat gray to the kind of heavy dark that only happens in winter when the clouds are sitting right on top of the town. Snow had started again, thick, wet flakes that stuck to the asphalt and made halos around the streetlights. I stood for a moment at the front doors, watching the flakes drift through the cone of light over the parking lot, sticking to the blacktop, melting into reflective patches. The neon Jesus Saves sign buzzed to my left, its red letters flickering every few seconds. In the distance, the hum of Highway 23 had softened traffic, slowing as the roads got slick. Behind me, footsteps approached at a quick, uneven pace. I turned as Daniels came down the hallway, shrugging into his coat, his scarf hanging half-wrapped around his neck. He looked more tired than usual, the skin under his eyes smudged. "Hey," he said a little out of breath. "I'm gonna head out. Carla's got one of her migraines starting up, and if I am not home before it really hits, I am sleeping on the couch for sure." He smiled to soften it, but I could see the genuine worry underneath. He jangled his keys, then hesitated, and held them out toward me instead. "Can you hang back a bit?" he asked. "Just make sure the furnace is behaving. We have that 7 a.m. AA tomorrow, and if they show up to a cold building, I will never hear the end of it. Just give it a quick check before you go." The keys felt heavy in my hand, the metal cold against my palm. "Yeah," I said, "no problem. I am here anyway." "Appreciate you," he said, clapping my shoulder. His touch was warm through my shirt. "Lock up when you leave. You know the drill." He was gone a minute later, his car headlights swinging across the sanctuary wall through the stained glass before disappearing into the dark. The sound of his engine faded down the road, leaving only the quiet hiss of snow and the low, steady rumble of the furnace somewhere in the bowels of the building. I stood alone in the foyer, the fluorescent lights buzzing above me, and let the silence settle. It was the kind of quiet I usually loved. The after-service hush when the building finally exhaled and became just wood and wires and brick again. But that night, it sat on my shoulders differently. The air felt thicker, heavier. Every sound seemed outlined in darker ink. The buzz of the exit sign over the side door, the distant clank of the soda machine compressor, the gentle whoosh of warm air from the vents as the furnace worked to keep the chill out. I told myself it was just the long day, the cheap perfume still clinging to my clothes, the sugar crash from too many red frosted cupcakes. I told myself I was lucky in a way. I had the place to myself now. No expectations, no smiles, just me and the familiar sounds. I turned away from the window keys in hand and started down the hallway toward the back of the church, where the furnace room waited behind an unmarked door. I liked the quiet, I really did. But walking there alone under the humming lights with the snow piling up outside, I could not shake the feeling that the quiet liked me back a little too much that night. 3.2 ride to Walmart, the furnace behaved. That is the part that still feels unfair to me. I went back to the little concrete room at the rear of the building, the one with the peeling beige paint and the metal door that always stuck in winter. I opened it, felt the blast of dry heat on my face, listened to the burner roar and the blower thrum. The smell of dust and hot metal wrapped around me. The gauge sat in the green. Nothing hissed, nothing clanged. I did my job. I stood there for a full minute, watching the old beast breathe, then shut the door again, satisfied that the AA folks would not freeze in the morning. I walked the hallways once more, lights flicking off behind me, the building darkening in stages. By the time I pushed out through the side door, the church was quiet, locked, orderly. The world outside was anything but. Snow had thickened while I was inside. Fat flakes drifted down in slow diagonals, turning the parking lot into a soft, uneven sheet. My car had grown a white crust on its roof and windshield. The security light over the side door buzzed and spat brightness over the nearest patch of gravel, every snowflake flashing briefly as it fell through the beam. I pulled my hood up, shoulders hunching against the cold, and started toward my car. My breath came out in quick, pale bursts. Somewhere under the snow, gravel crunched under my boots. The highway beyond the church sounded muffled, like someone had put a blanket over it. Fewer cars. Occasional whoosh of tires on slush. That was when I heard the tires in our lot. A low, slow crunch closer than the road, the sound of heavy rubber chewing through fresh snow. Headlights swung across the side of the building, throwing my shadow long and warped over the brick. I turned, squinting against the glare. An old Silverado eased into the lot. Boxy shape paint dark and dulled one headlight a shade dimmer than the other. It rolled across the snow at a crawl, leaving twin dark tracks behind it. For a second, my brain tried to insist it was some late congregant, someone who had forgotten their Bible or their kid's scarf. The truck pulled up near the side entrance and stopped. The engine idled, rumbling low. Snow pattered against the windshield, melted in streaks. After a moment, the driver's door swung open with a creak I could hear even over the engine, and he climbed out. Gray hoodie, faded denim jacket, hand already in motion. The coin flashed in the security light, as if it had been waiting for a cue. It jumped from his thumb, spun in the air, and landed in his palm with that soft, final slap. I did not hear it over the truck and the hum of the light, but my mind filled in the missing track automatically. He smiled when he saw me, like this was exactly what he had expected to find. Like the situation, me alone in a snowy church lot at almost 11 at night, was a punchline we both understood. "Of course you are still here," Ray said, walking toward me, breath fogging in the cold. "You are always the last one out, huh, Ethan?" Hearing my name in his mouth made something tight squeeze in my chest. I tried to answer casual. "Perks of having the keys," I said. My voice puffed white in front of me, then vanished. "What are you doing out here? Meeting was earlier." He shrugged, the motion hardly lifting his bony shoulders beneath the layers. The snow was already dusting his hair, beating on the fabric of his jacket. The coin moved restlessly between his fingers like it could not stand still, even if he could. "Could not sleep," he said. "You know how it is. Town's boring. Church lot's quiet." He stopped a few feet away under the full glare of the security light. His eyes looked darker out here, pupils wide. The $50 walked over his knuckles, flicked up, dropped, flicked again. Each small motion sounded in my head like a metronome I had not agreed to. I stuffed my hands into my pockets, partly against the cold, partly to keep them from fidgeting. Snow landed on my eyelashes, melted into cold pinpricks. "You lock up?" he asked. "Yeah." "Alarm set?" "Yeah." He nodded slowly, like this was all part of a checklist he was running through. Snow hit the Silverado's hood in soft ticks. The highway just beyond the edge of our lot seemed strangely silent. I kept waiting for another pair of headlights to smear across the trees, another engine to cut through the night. Nothing. So he went on, tilting his head coin, still flicking. "You really see everything from in there, huh? Cameras and all that?" The question made my throat tighten. "Some," I said. "We have 4. Parking lot, hallway, fellowship hall, sanctuary. Cheap system. It is not exactly Fort Knox." He smiled wider at that teeth yellow but straight. "Parking lot camera," he repeated. "That one up there?" He jerked his chin toward the eave, toward the little black bubble eye I knew was watching us in jagged grayscale. "Yeah," I said slowly. He watched my face for a beat. The coin flipped, caught. "You ever feel like it misses things?" he asked. "Like there's stuff happening just out of frame?" The hair on my arms prickled under my sleeves. My brain screamed yes, loud and immediate, but my mouth defaulted to the safer track. They are cheap cameras, I said. Resolution's crap. Blind spots. Blind spots, he echoed softly, like he was savoring the words. That's good to know. His breath smoked in the air between us. Mine did too. Somewhere high above, snow pattered against the lamp housing with tiny soft taps. Every sound felt magnified, the wet crunch of his boots as he shifted weight, the slight jingle of keys in my pocket, the distant clank of a semi hitting a pothole on 23. Still over everything, I could pick out the flick and slap of the coin. Anyway, he said, like we had just been discussing nothing more serious than the weather, I could use a favor. The word settled on me like an extra layer of snow. He jerked his thumb toward the truck. I need to get something from Walmart, he said. Tonight, He glanced over his shoulder, gaze skittering toward the road, as if expecting someone to be there. I probably should not be caught on camera in a place like that again. He looked back at me, smile tightening. You know how it is. I did not. At least not in the way he meant. My instinct lit up immediately. No. No, I have done enough. No, I am tired. No, this is weird. No, you are not my problem. I felt the word form in my chest, rise up behind my teeth, and then slide sideways into something else. Yeah, I heard myself say. Sure. Walmart's on my way. There was a moment, a split-second delay between what I thought and what I said, like a bad dub in an old movie. My brain shouting no, my mouth tossing out yep, like it had been rehearsing something different. I forced a laugh to patch over the disconnect. Need a ride, I added, as if he had not already assumed. His shoulders relaxed. The coin did a quick, satisfied flip. Knew I liked you, he said. Church guy, always helping. We walked to my car together. I could feel the presence of the Silverado behind us, like a weight between my shoulder blades. Snow squeaked under our boots. The only other light came from the neon Jesus Saves sign around the corner, its red glow ghosting along the side of my Ford. Inside the car, the world narrowed further. The engine coughed to life heater fan whining as it tried to push warm air through icy vents. I turned the wipers on. They scraped across the windshield with that dry, rubbery squeal before the first swipe cleared a streak through melting snow. Classic rock murmured low from the radio, some song I half recognized, guitar riffs dulled to background noise. Ray slid into the passenger seat jacket, rustling. He smelled like cold air and stale cigarette smoke. The door shut with a dull thump that seemed too loud in the tight space. We pulled out of the lot and onto 23. The highway at 11:30 on a snowy Valentine's night is not empty, but it feels like it wants to be. Tires whispered on wet pavement. Streetlights above cast intermittent halos on the windshield as we passed under them, light and dark. For the first few miles, we did not talk. Ray settled back in his seat, head tipped slightly, eyes half closed. His right hand never stopped moving. The coin danced in the shadows of the cab, catching the occasional glint from a passing light. Flick, spin, slap. Flick, spin, slap. I tried to focus on the lines of the road, on the rhythm of the wipers, on the faint rasp of the heater settling into its work. But the coin's pattern kept pulling my gaze sideways. My peripheral vision picked up every flash. My ears filled in every little metallic whisper, even when I told myself I could not really hear it over the radio. At one point, my eyes followed the coin for just a second too long. A horn blasted from my left, sudden and furious. A semi's grill loomed huge in my side window, close enough that I could see the bug splatters frozen on the chrome. I jerked the wheel instinctively, heart slamming against my ribs, and the car drifted back into its lane tires, skidding briefly on the slick patch of slush. "Jesus," I gasped. Ray laughed low and breathy. "Careful," he said. "You are the one driving." The rest of the ride passed in thick, stretched-out silence, punctuated only by the occasional comment from the DJ on the radio and the relentless flick of the coin. Walmart at that hour felt like a place between worlds. The sliding doors sighed open as we approached the warm air inside, hitting my face with the smell of floor-polished, stale popcorn from the long-closed snack bar, and that odd, plasticky scent that only exists in big box stores after midnight. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, too bright after the dark road. The aisles stretched out in long, gleaming rows, mostly empty. Here and there, an exhausted cashier leaned against their lane, and a stalker in a blue vest pushed a cart piled high with cardboard boxes. The PA system played some tired pop song from 10 years ago, vocals thin and echoing in the big space. Our footsteps squeaked faintly on the polished tile. The place was open technically, but it felt abandoned in all the ways that mattered. Ray walked like he knew exactly where he was going. Past the seasonal aisle full of pink heart candy on clearance, past cleaning supplies and laundry detergent, past the electronics section with its wall of blank-faced TVs. The coin was quieter in here, or maybe the other noises just swallowed it some. But I could still see the twitch of his hand. He turned into the tools aisle without hesitating. The smell changed subtly, metal rubber grips, cardboard, the faint tang of machine oil. Long rows of hammers, screwdrivers, wrenches hung in neat, repeating patterns. Halfway down, there was a display of axes and hatchets, camping gear, firewood splitters, things that did not belong in the same store as pink plastic toys and Valentine's balloons. He stopped in front of them and looked over his shoulder at me. I cannot really be on camera grabbing something sharp," he said, keeping his voice low. The coin clicked between his fingers, hidden now at his side. "You are the church guy. People trust you. No one's gonna look twice at you buying one of these." He nodded toward the hatchets. My stomach rolled. "What do you need it for?" I asked. He shrugged, eyes skating away. "Wood, chores, life," he said. "Do not worry about it. Just pick one. I will pay you back." Under the buzzing lights, the blades looked too clean, neatly lined, gleaming edges catching white reflections. I reached out, hand hovering, then closed fingers around one with a wooden handle. The grip was rough under my palm, the wood pale and new. When I lifted it off the hook, the weight surprised me. Heavier than it looked, the head solid and dense. I could feel the balance of it the way it wanted to fall forward, as if to remind my wrist who was in charge. I caught a faint whiff of whatever finish they used on the handle, a sweet chemical wood smell that did not match any memory I had of real tools. "This one's fine," I said, voice flat. I did not trust myself to add anything else. We went to self-checkout. Of course we did. There was a lonely line of scanners blinking ready, their little platforms empty. No cashier to hand this off to, no witness to share the oddness of the scene. Two men late at night. One of them with a coin, he would not put down the other, holding a hatchet, like he had only just realized what his hand was doing. I set the hatchet down on the glass. The barcode was on a sticker wrapped around the handle. My fingers felt clumsy as I turned it, lining the red laser up with the black lines. For a second, I thought about putting it back. About saying, "You know what, I changed my mind." About walking out into the snow and never answering if Ray called my name again. My hand did not listen. I dragged the code over the scanner. Beep. Walmart beeps all day and night. Those little confirmation tones are the heartbeat of the place. Every item, every transaction, every small exchange. But that sound in that moment seemed too sharp, too loud, echoing off the high ceiling and ringing in my ears. That stupid little beep is still louder in my memory than the gunshots I heard later in life. 3.3 Raise your hands, Thunter. The drive back to the church felt shorter than it should have. Snow blurred the edges of everything, the white flakes in my headlights turning the highway into a tunnel. The wipers scraped and squealed in a slow rhythm. Classic rock still murmured low from the speakers, a guitar solo stretched thin by static. Ray sat beside me, quiet now, the coin finally still in his fist. Every now and then, in the corner of my eye, I would see his thumb twitch like a smoker reaching for a cigarette that was not there. When we turned off 23 and onto the narrow road that led up to the church, the world got smaller. Fewer streetlights, more dark in between. The church appeared suddenly out of the snow, a darker block against the gray sky, its windows black. The only real color was the neon Jesus Saves sign out by the road, its red letters flickering on and off like a failing heartbeat. My Ford rolled into the parking lot, tires crunching through the fresh layer of snow. The clock on the dash glowed 11:52 p.m. in green. Late, but not late enough to feel unreal. Late enough that nobody passing on the highway would expect to see cars here. I pulled into my usual spot near the side door and let the car idle. The engine hummed a low, steady vibration coming up through the steering wheel into my hands. Heat blew from the vents, fogging the windshield at the corners. Ray stared at the dark shape of the church for a long second, then turned to me. "Leave it running," he said. "This will not take long." The way he said this did something unpleasant to my stomach. I opened my mouth to ask what he meant to say. I should really just drop him off somewhere else, that I had done enough for one night. What came out was sure like I was agreeing to help carry in groceries. We stepped out into the cold. The shock of it hit my bare face, sharp and clean. The car's headlights carved two bright cones through the falling snow, illuminating the sidewall, the door, and the small slice of lot between. Exhaust curled white from the tailpipe, drifting toward the road. I could hear the engine behind me the whole time we walked to the door. That low, constant rumble felt like the last normal sound in the world. The side entrance key was already between my fingers, metal biting my skin. My hand shook just enough that it slipped once against the lock before the deadbolt turned with a heavy clunk. The door groaned open, letting out warm, slightly stale air from inside. It smelled like old carpet coffee ghosts and the faint chemical tang of cleaning supplies. The first step onto the hallway tile was always a little shock. Smooth cold and slightly sticky, where a mop had dried wrong weeks ago. Our footsteps echoed a hollow rubber-on-tile sound that carried farther than it should have in the narrow corridor. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. One of them flickered, dimming and brightening every few seconds like it was trying to catch its breath. From deeper in the building came the familiar soundtrack, the low whir of the soda machine compressor, cycling on the muted rush of air through vents as the furnace pushed heat into the sanctuary, the faint buzz from the exit signs glowing red above the doors. It should have felt comforting. It did not. We passed the fellowship hall, its tables folded and stacked chairs pushed against the wall. The AA room door was closed, a handwritten schedule taped to it, the list of meeting times I now knew Ray had studied more closely than I ever had. Our reflections slid along the narrow glass panels in the hallway doors, two shapes, one a step behind the other. The sanctuary was dark when we reached it. I pushed the double doors open, and we stepped into the thick velvet black of a big room without lights. A faint outline of the pews was visible as darker smudges. The exit sign over the side door cast a weak red smear across the carpet near the back wall. Somewhere up front, the projector's little status light glowed a soft green eye. I hit the switch panel on instinct. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the fluorescence came to life in strips. The first row of fixtures blinked hard once, twice, three times each flash, turning the sanctuary into a stuttering slideshow. Shadows stretching, contracting, vanishing. For those fractions of seconds, my brain filled in shapes that were not there. Someone standing at the end of the aisle, a figure in the corner, a face turned toward me from the pulpit. Then the tubes caught, and the light smoothed out into that familiar, too bright white. The pews sat in their rows, innocent and empty. The cross on the back wall watched in mute wood. No one else. The only thing out of place was the white plastic Walmart bag resting on the bottom step of the altar, right where I had set it before we left. The hatchet sat inside handle, jutting out the edge, covered in its little clear plastic safety shield. It looked small and stupid in the big room, like a toy someone had forgotten to pick up. Ray walked ahead of me, boots whispering on the carpet until he was a few rows from the front. He stopped in the center of the aisle and turned to face me. We were only about 10 feet apart, but it felt like much more. He did not smile this time. His face seemed to settle into something quieter, harder. The coin was in his right hand again, appearing as if it had simply grown there. He began to flip it slowly, almost lazily. Flick, spin, slap. Each cycle a little louder in my awareness. My own pulse tried to sync up with it and failed, stuttering. Somewhere above us, the HVAC fan wound down as a cycle ended. The distant rush of air through vents tapered off. The soda machine in the fellowship hall chose that moment to go still, its compressor shuddering to a stop. Even the buzz from the lights seemed to lower, like someone had reached in and turned down the world's volume knob by a notch. The coin sound moved forward into the space that silence opened up. Ray's eyes were locked on mine, unblinking. When he spoke, his voice was not loud, but every word landed with a strange clarity, cutting through the air clean. "Lift your left arm," he said. I felt it before I registered that I was complying. A tickle of awareness in my shoulder, a tingling weightlessness down my bicep, then the odd, almost out-of-body sensation of my left arm beginning to rise. Slowly, smoothly, like someone had attached invisible strings to my elbow and wrist and was pulling them upward from the ceiling. I did not consciously decide to move. I did not send any of the usual, "Okay, do this now," signals to my muscles. It just happened. I watched my own hand come up, palm open, fingers a little splayed, hovering out to my side. My mouth went dry. The coin flicked again. "Good," Ray said softly. His gaze did not waver. Now the right. The word "no" surged up, useless. My right arm lifted. Same odd marionette feeling. The muscles along my shoulder and chest tightened and stretched without my permission, like a puppet I happened to be attached to. In a few seconds, I was standing in the center aisle of our sanctuary, with both arms, extended palms, facing forward, crucifix style, facing the altar. The position felt horribly familiar without me knowing why. My lower back twinged under the strain. The skin on my forearms prickled like it was caught between hot and cold. "See," Ray said, almost conversational. The coin kept moving. Flick, spin, slap. Feels a lot like church, doesn't it? You stand where you are told. You hold yourself just so. You wait for something to move you. I tried to speak. My tongue felt thick in my mouth. What are you doing?" I managed, voice hoarse. He tilted his head as if considering whether I deserved an answer. Then his eyes dropped just for a second to the Walmart bag on the step behind him. "Just seeing how deep it goes," he said. The furnace chose that moment to pause between cycles. The air vents went from their low, constant exhale to nothing. No hum, no whoosh. The distant highway might as well not have existed. Whatever traffic was out there, the walls kept it to themselves. The only sounds in that entire building became the quiet flick and slap of the coin and the faint, overstressed ticking of the sanctuary's analog clock, somewhere above the exit's second hand, jerking forward every few beats. Flick, spin, slap, tick, flick, spin, slap, Ethan Ray said, and hearing my name again like that made my skin crawl. I want you to remember something. His hand opened above the aisle. The coin fell. For such a small object, it made an enormous sound in my memory, a clear, ringing tink as it struck the polished wood edge of the nearest pew, bounced, hit the carpet, and rolled in a tight, wobbling circle before coming to rest somewhere out of sight. The instant it left his fingers, something snapped inside me. It was like a rubber band that had been stretched too far, suddenly letting go. My arms dropped a few inches, muscles spasming. A wave of dizziness crashed into me, hot and cold at the same time. My vision tunneled, the edges of the room going dark, the center narrowing until all I could see was Ray's face, the altar steps, and the white plastic bag with its stupid blue logo. My heartbeat roared in my ears loud enough to drown out the clock. The lights overhead seemed to flare brighter and then dim like I was looking at them through water. What happened in the next minutes is Swiss cheese, I tell you now, from a safer distance in time, but not in memory. Holes everywhere. There are fragments, though, sharp little shards that stayed lodged in my head when the rest of the sequence fell away. I remember the feel of something cold and solid in my right hand. Not the weightless marionette float from a minute before. Real weight. Heavy, forward-tipping weight. The hatchet handle snug against my palm, the grain of the wood catching on the ridges of my skin. The balance of metal and wood pulling downward like gravity had decided to focus on that one point. I remember breathing. Not the relaxed in-out of standing in a church, not even the panicked gasp of almost getting sideswiped by a semi. Harsh, hot breaths dragging through my throat, like I had been running, each one accompanied by a faint sound from somewhere nearby that might have been another person, or might have just been an echo of my own lungs. I remember a smell that did not belong in the sanctuary at all. Smoke. Not cigarette smoke, not the faint ghost of burned coffee from the fellowship hall, but thicker, oilier, the smell of something that used to be solid, turning into air against its will. There was a hint of fabric in it, that particular acrid note you get when clothing gets too close to an open flame. In one shattered glimpse, I see yellow light dancing along a cinder block wall, shadows jumping. Not the clean white of fluorescence, but the erratic flicker of fire. Somewhere metal groaned as it expanded in heat. The floor under my feet felt different, harder, colder concrete instead of carpet. Then nothing. A gap where minutes should be. A blank smeared over whatever came next. When awareness slammed back in, it did not ask my permission. I came to in the furnace room, knees, unsteady heat pressing against my face like a hand. The metal door of the furnace was hanging open a few inches, orange light pulsing through the gap flames, licking at the edges of whatever had been fed into its mouth. The roar of the burner filled the cramped space, a constant hungry sound. The air was thick with the smell of burning. Wood, definitely. Something else, maybe. I did not let myself look too closely at what shapes the shadows made on the back wall. My own hand was the first thing that actually registered. I looked down and saw the hatchet still clamped in my grip. The wooden handle was slick with sweat, warm from my skin and the heat of the room. My fingers were locked so tight around it that the knuckles had gone white tendons standing out like wires under the skin. Whatever I had done, however much time had vanished into that Swiss cheese blackout, I had not let go. 4-1, the morning after. There is a version of that night that the detectives would probably prefer, I tell you. In their version, I walk out of the furnace room like a man in a movie face, set weapon in hand, fully aware of what I have done, already thinking about alibis and exits. I lock the church with cold precision, drive home in a straight, clean line, sleep like a stone until the sirens come for me. If that is the story you want, you can stop listening now. What actually happened feels less like a timeline and more like someone dropped my memory on the floor and only picked up the pieces they thought might matter. The last clear, solid frame I have from that night inside the church is the furnace. Open metal door, orange light spilling out, fluttering, the roar of burners. Heat pushing against my face so hard my eyes watered. The smell of burning, wood for sure, something else threaded through it that my brain skirted around without naming. My hand gripping the hatchet handle so tight my fingers ached. After that, it is all jump cuts. I have a flicker of myself stumbling back down the hallway toward the side door, vision dim at the edges, like I was about to pass out. The fluorescents overhead buzzed too loud, some of them ghosting a faint halo around themselves, as if they were being seen through water. My boots squeaked on the tile. At one point, I remember bracing a palm against the wall, fingertips sliding over the rough paint, just to make sure the building was still solid under my touch. There is a brief image of the sanctuary, again empty pews, stretching out, lights left on. The Walmart bag is gone from the altar step. I do not remember picking it up. I do not remember putting anything away. I just remember the way the exit sign's red glow smeared across the floor like a wound when I pushed out into the night. The parking lot that I remember in flashes of texture and temperature. Cold air slamming into my lungs like it was punishing me for being inside too long. Snow blowing sideways, now whined, sharpening, stinging the skin around my eyes. My car still running where we had left it, engine idling, patiently, exhaust pouring white into the dark. The hood dusted with a fresh layer of snow like it had been left there for years instead of less than an hour. I do not remember seeing the Silverado. I do not remember seeing Ray. I remember my fingers on the door handle, metal so cold it almost burned. I remember a vague awareness that my hand was empty. No hatchet, no coin, and a tiny, ridiculous thought in the back of my mind. Good. At least you are not walking around the lot holding that thing. Then I am in the driver's seat at some point, hands on the wheel. The interior lights blink off. The world narrows to the semicircle of visibility in front of my windshield. The radio is off. I do not remember turning it off. The quiet inside the car is thick, almost humming. My breath fogs the glass with every exhale. The heater fan whirs, blowing air that smells like dust and whatever cheap pine-scented thing the previous owner clipped to the vents and forgot. I pull out of the lot. The Jesus Saves sign flickers red in the rearview mirror once, twice, then vanishes. Driving home is like a dream you only half remember. The road exists in front of me and slices the gleam of my headlights on wet asphalt, the dull glow of distant street lamps, the jerk of my own hands when the tires hit a patch of slush and skid a little before catching again. My brain refuses to record the spaces between. I know I must have passed the speedway, the dark outline of the Walmart, the turnoff to my warehouse, all the landmarks that usually fix me in place. I remember none of them. What I recall instead are tiny intrusive details. The slick feel of the steering wheel under my palms, skin still damp with sweat. The faint reflection of my own eyes in the windshield when we passed under a light, pupils blown wide. The way the snow on the shoulders of the road glittered faintly, reflecting my beams back at me like 1,000 tiny, accusing eyes. By the time the cul-de-sac materializes ahead of me, my sense of time is gone. I could have been driving for 5 minutes or 50. The houses sit in their quiet half-circle like they always do, roofs capped with snow windows, mostly dark. The single streetlight near the entrance hums, throwing its weak yellow cone over blue trash cans and parked cars. I pull into my usual spot without really choosing to. The tires bump the curb gently. The engine ticks as I turn the key, and it winds down into silence. I sit there for a moment, hands still clenched on the wheel, staring at the dark front of my townhouse. My microwave clock will tell me later, 3:12 a.m. Right then, time is just a number glowing in green on my dashboard that I cannot quite focus on. The air inside my apartment is stale when I open the door. It smells like old pizza and dish soap and the kind of human leftover that builds up when you live alone and forget to crack a window in winter. The floor under my boots feels uneven even though I know it is flat. Every step lands heavier than I expect. The living room is half lit by the streetlight leaking through the blinds. Couch with the sagging middle cushion. Coffee table with a ring from a sweating glass I never wiped up. TV black reflecting a warped version of me as I pass. The kitchen looks worse in the dim light sink, full of plates edged with congealed sauce, 2 empty pizza boxes leaning against the trash can because I have not bothered to break them down. The microwave clock glows 3:12 in that indifferent little digital font. The fridge hums steadily, its motor kicking a faint vibration through the floor. I do not remember putting my keys in the bowl by the door, but when I look down, my hands are empty. The hatchet is gone. For a moment, that fact sits on top of everything else, bright and nonsensical. It is not in my grip. It is not dangling from a bag. There is no weight in my wrist. My palm bears faint indentations in the skin where the handle had been pressed, but the object itself has vanished from my immediate world. I stand in the doorway between the kitchen and the living room and have the odd sensation that if I turn around fast enough, I will catch reality snapping back into place behind me. Like I am in the wrong set for the wrong scene. Instead, the apartment does what apartments do. The fridge's compressor shuts off with a soft, dying clunk, and for a second the place feels strangely lighter. Then, right on cue, the HVAC unit for the whole building kicks on somewhere behind the drywall. A low, vibrating hum starts in the bones of the structure, air rushing through vents. Upstairs, my neighbor's footsteps cross from one side of their unit to the other, a familiar pattern bed to bathroom to bed again. The white noise of ordinary life wraps around me. The sound of people sleeping machines, working heaters, doing their best against February. In that wash of sound, I hear it. A tiny sharp flick and slap coming from nowhere I can see. Not loud, not insistent, just there. Like someone flipping a coin lazily above my ceiling, or in the next room, or right behind my left ear. Flick, spin, slap. My heart claws at my ribs. I spin around expecting, I do not even know what. A figure in the doorway, a shape on the couch, a coin rolling in a slow circle on the coffee table. There is nothing. Just my living room, my crappy thrift store couch, the glow from the streetlight outlining the blinds, the sound of the HVAC, the distant whoosh of a car passing the end of the street. Stress, I tell myself out loud, because the word needs air to feel real. My voice cracks on it. You are tired. You are hearing things. That is all. The apartment does not argue. The coin does not flip again. Not audibly anyway. But somewhere behind my eyes, the pattern keeps going. Flick, spin, slap. Over and over, a phantom rhythm overlaid on the refrigerator's hum. I do not remember deciding to sit down, but I find myself on the kitchen floor, back pressed against the lower cabinets. The vinyl is cold through my jeans. I draw my knees up, wrap my arms around them. The microwave clock's green numbers are just visible over the counter. 3:14 now. Somehow that 2-minute jump feels like proof that time is still moving. My phone buzzes on the counter above me, rattling against the laminate. Once, twice, 3 times in quick succession. I stand up, slowly reach for it like it might bite. The screen is lit with missed calls. Daniel's first. His name fills the notification bar, time-stamped 6:07 a.m., then 6:12, then 6:25. After those numbers I do not recognize. Local area code, then one with the word restricted instead of digits. Voicemail icons stack in the corner the more I swipe. My throat tightens. I set the phone down without listening to any of them, like if I do not hit play, the words inside cannot become real. The buzzing stops for a moment mercifully before starting again almost immediately. Another unknown number. The phone dances a little on the counter with the vibration. I let it ring. Somewhere under the layers of plastic and drywall and snow sirens start up. Faint at first, just a distant rising and falling whine you could mistake for the wind if you wanted to. They grow louder, then fade as they pass some intersection I cannot see from my cul-de-sac. Then more a different pitch, maybe coming from another direction. I cannot tell if they are police, fire, ambulance. In that moment, it does not matter. They all mean the same thing. Somewhere something bad has happened. My radio, the battered little thing on top of the fridge that I usually only turn on for background noise, is silent. I reach up and click it on without thinking, fingers twisting the volume knob until a local AM station hisses into life through static. Reports still coming, and a man's voice says tinny and too calm. Authorities are responding to an incident at a church off US 23 just south of I-turn it off. The apartment drops back into the mechanical hush of appliances and vents. My phone buzzes again. I stare at it, the caller ID a blur. My heart is beating so hard that it feels like it is trying to make a sound louder than all of this, louder even than that stupid radio voice. I slide down the cabinet again until I am sitting on the floor, back aching against the wood knees pulled in. The microwave clock glows 7:02 a.m. now. I have lost almost 4 hours in a blink, or maybe I just stared and listened and refused to answer for that long. The building hums. The neighbor's toilet flushes upstairs. Somewhere outside, a car door slams as someone leaves for work, not knowing or not wanting to know about anything beyond their commute. The coin flips once more in my head, clear as a bell. And for those few seconds, listening to the sound of my own breaths and the distant sirens that may or may not be coming for me. The church off US 23 feels like it is 1,000 miles away and right next door at exactly the same time. 4:02. The caretaker's walk. I was not there when they found what was in the furnace. By the time I saw the inside of that room again, the fire was out. The tape was up, and strangers were walking through my church in paper booties. But they walked me through it later. The caretaker, the sheriff, the detective with the tired eyes, until I could see it almost as clearly as if I had been right behind him. So what I am about to tell you is not my memory. It is theirs spliced into mine. They told me later this is what he walked into. The caretaker was a retired electrician named Frank. On most days, he showed up to the church in an old F-150 that rattled even when it was sitting still. That morning, the morning after Valentine's, he drove in a little before lunch around 11:30. The sky was that flat, dirty white that means no real sun is coming, just more cold. Snow from the night before lay over everything in a lumpy sheet, gray at the edges, where the road had thrown salt up onto it. As he turned off 23 and into the drive, he saw the smoke. It was not dramatic, not the kind of plume you see in news footage when something is burning out of control. It was a thin column of gray rising from the metal chimney at the back of the building, the one that vented the furnace room. Frank knew the furnace. He knew its moods, its rattles, its stubborn refusal to light on the first try. He also knew, as he would repeat to the detectives later, that there were no services scheduled that day. No events, no reason for the heat to be running hard enough to send a visible signal into the cold air. He parked in his usual spot by the side entrance, killed the engine. The sudden silence outside the truck felt deeper because he had been listening to the radio, some talk show about school closings. And now it was just gone. For a second, all he heard was the ticking of his cooling engine and the far-off wash of the highway. Then his boot hit the ground, and the sound changed. Snow compressed under his weight, with that particular hollow crunch, like styrofoam being stepped on. Each step toward the church left a clear print, dark, wet pavement, showing through where the sole had cut. His breath came out in steady clouds. The church sat there like it always did. Red brick, white trim, the steeple punching at the colorless sky. But the thin thread of smoke from the back chimney made it look like it was exhaling something it should not have. The side door was closed. It was supposed to be locked. That was part of my routine, part of what Daniels had trusted me with last one out lockup. Frank reached for the handle, expecting it to resist, already planning to give me crap about forgetting. Instead, the latch turned easily under his glove with a dull clunk, and the door swung inward a few inches on squealing hinges. He stopped there for a second, they told me. 1 foot inside, 1 foot out. The air that pushed out from the gap was warm, but not in the comforting way he was used to. It carried a heavy layered smell, the dry, sharp scent of hot dust, the sweeter, homey note of burning wood from the sanctuary's old stage boards, and something under all of that his brain flinched away from labeling. He stepped in anyway. The hallway lights were off. A little natural light seeped in through the narrow glass panels in the doors, turning the floor into a dim checkerboard. His boots squeaked faintly on the tile. The building's usual sounds were there, but wrong. The soda machine hummed, but it sounded muffled, like it was behind another wall. The furnace was roaring somewhere in the back, louder than he had ever heard it. A constant low thunder that vibrated faintly in the cinder block. He called out once, "Hello, Pastor," and his voice bounced back at him thin. The sanctuary doors were half open, crooked. That is where he went first. Later, sitting across from the detective, I listened to him describe that walk. His rough hands opened and closed on his knees as he talked, like he was still feeling for the edges of the pews. He pushed the doors the rest of the way, and the sanctuary opened in front of him, flooded with cold daylight from the high windows. The fluorescents were off. Nobody had flipped the switches that morning. Pale winter sun slanted across the rows of pews and the carpeted aisle, bringing everything into a softer focus. At first he thought a pipe had burst. That is what he said. The darker patches on the floor registered as water stains in his mind. Some kind of leak maybe, or melted snow dragged in by someone's boots. It was only when he took a few steps forward and the smell thickened that his brain started to correct itself. The aisle was not just stained, it was streaked. Long, uneven marks ran down the center from somewhere near the third row all the way up toward the altar. They were darker than the surrounding carpet mat instead of reflective. Up close, he could see places where they fanned out like something had been dragged and shifted. The wooden pew ends on either side had smears on them too dull and rusty against the varnish, like someone had grabbed them with dirty hands. The walls were not clean either. Near the front, on the right side, there were spots on the pale paint, sprays and arcs that had dried into irregular shapes. Nothing glistened anymore. Whatever had happened hours ago. The air was warmer near the stage, heat rising from vents, carrying with it a smell that hooked into the back of his throat. Burned wood for sure. The stage itself, the old pine hidden under carpet and faux finish, had a faint char line along one edge near the stairs. Burned fabric, upholstery, and something thinner, maybe clothing. And beneath those, that same wrong smell, sweet and sour, at the same time heavy and sticky in the sinuses. He told them later he did not want to give it a name. He had worked construction. He had seen accidents. He knew what that smell could be. His mind did him the small mercy of staying vague. He followed the streaks without meaning to boots whispering on the carpet, breath getting louder in his own ears. The sanctuary was otherwise silent. No creak of pews, no shuffle of papers. The wall clock above the exit ticked each jump of the second hand too loud. About halfway down the aisle, his toe caught on something small and hard. He stumbled, looked down and saw the coin. It was lying edge up against the carpet seam, as if it had spun itself into place and run out of momentum right there. A $50 from the look of it, though the details on its face were obscured by a film of soot. A smear of something darker ran across one side, clinging to the ridges. He bent down, handshaking, and picked it up. It was warmer than it should have been for something that had been lying on a church floor in February. Later in the interview room, the detective slid that coin across the table to me in a clear plastic bag, and my stomach clenched like a fist. But that came after. For Frank, in that moment, the coin was just one more wrong thing in a growing list. He slipped it into his pocket without thinking, kept walking. The drag marks led up past the front pews and veered slightly right, disappearing through the small door that led toward the furnace room and the back hallway. As he approached, the low rumble of the burners grew from background noise to something that filled the narrow corridor, a mechanical growl that made his fillings buzz. The door to the furnace room was closed, but not latched. Heat bled out around the edges, turning the air in the hallway into something thick and almost wet. The metal knob was hot under his glove when he wrapped his hand around it. He hesitated there. They all made a point of that when they told me, the sheriff, the caretaker, even Daniels later on. Maybe because they wanted me to know that someone had thought about walking away, about calling for help from the parking lot instead of looking. Maybe because they wanted to emphasize that this man, who was not a cop, not a hero, took one more step anyway. He could have gone back outside and dialed 911 from the safety of his truck. He did not. He turned the knob and pulled. The blast of heat that hit him made his eyes water instantly. The furnace roared in front of him, metal sides rattling under the strain. The room was small, just big enough for the unit, a few shelves of filters and tools, and one person to stand and curse when things went wrong. The smell in there was a concentrated version of what he had already tasted in the sanctuary. Wood and fabric, and something else cooked down into a heavy, greasy fog that clung to his tongue. The furnace door was shut, but the metal glowed faintly around the edges. Light flickered behind it, bright enough that it cast a trembling orange seam along the floor. Frank told them he did not want to open it, that everything in him said don't. But he also knew, in that stupid, stubborn way, working men know things, that if something in there was burning that was not supposed to, and no one stopped it, the whole building could go up. And so, shaking, he reached out and grabbed the blackened handle. It was hot enough to sting through his work glove. He gritted his teeth, twisted, and yanked. The door came open with a protesting screech of metal. Heat slammed into his face like a physical blow. For a second, all he could see was fire. Yellow and orange tongues licking around a pile of indistinct shapes inside the firebox, wood and cloth, and something else collapsing into coals together. Then he saw the white. Not bright, clean white. Not the white of fresh paint or altar cloths. A dull, chalky white, round and unmistakably wrong against the blackened, collapsing mess around it. The shape of it was what did him in, he said. That curve, that hollow. Something white and round that had no business being in a furnace. He told them he slammed the door shut so hard the whole unit rattled. He staggered back into the hallway, stomach heaving, ripped his glove off with his teeth so he could fumble his phone out. His hands shook so badly that he almost dropped it twice before he managed to thumb 911. He did not remember what he said to the dispatcher, only that he kept repeating the church off 23, the little red brick church off 23, like he was afraid they would not find it otherwise. They found it. When the detective got to that part the first time in the interview room, he watched my face carefully. The fluorescent light above us buzzed. The AC vent rattled. The clear plastic folder on the table between us reflected everything like a warped mirror. He saw something white and round, the detective said, voice even. Something that had no business being in a furnace. I almost threw up right there on the metal table. Not because I had never heard that phrase before. I had heard enough true crime podcasts, enough late-night news reports, enough whispered stories about accidents in factories and on highways. But because in my head, the sound that came with that description was not sirens or screaming or the roar of fire. It was the faint ring of a coin hitting wood and spinning off into the dark. Forp 3, from hypnotized victim to prime suspect. The story made the news before anyone from the church managed to say my name out loud. I was sitting on my couch, the same spot where I had stared at the microwave clock and refused to answer my phone when I finally caved and reached for the remote. The TV blinked to life screen too bright for the dim room. I flipped past a game show, some daytime talk, rerun, an infomercial for knives that looked cleaner than anything in my real life. On the local station, they had already cut away from weather. This is a developing situation just south of town. The anchor was saying, voice pitched into that careful calm they use for storms and shootings. Over his shoulder, a photo filled half the screen, yellow tape, a couple of patrol cars, gray sky. They had blurred the church name on the sign, a smudge where the letters should have been. But I could tell from the shape of the steeple, from the angle of the gravel lot in the background. My church. Our church. The red brick box off 23 I could have recognized by silhouette alone. Authorities are investigating what they are calling an incident at a small church along US 23, the anchor went on. Details are limited, but officials confirm there is at least one deceased individual, and that foul play is suspected. The camera cut to a shaky shot from a distance, the side entrance I had walked through 1,000 times now, with uniformed officers coming and going, their breath steaming in the cold. A stretcher in the background. The furnace chimney still exhaled a thin ribbon of smoke, fainter now. My phone vibrated on the coffee table. Neighbor, worship team member, an unknown number. I turned it face down. At first, from the way the anchor talked, you would think I was dead, or Daniels. They had a reporter out by the highway, bundled in a station-branded parka, the church behind her, at a tasteful distance. Members of the congregation tell us the pastor and a young man who volunteered with the music and tech teams both had keys to the building, she said. At this point, law enforcement is not releasing the name of the deceased or any possible suspect, but locals say they are shocked. Nothing like this ever happens here, one woman told us. They ran a phone interview with a congregant whose voice I recognized, even through the distortion. We are praying, she said. We just hope Pastor and Ethan are okay. We have not heard from them yet. For a few surreal minutes, I watched my own life being discussed in past tense. They thought I was the one in the furnace. They thought Ray was somebody else. A shadow, a possible suspect, a name to tack onto a rumor. A man seen in the area, a person of interest. When the knocking finally came, I knew who it was without looking. It started as a heavy rap on the door, 3 precise hits that rattled the wood. Through the blinds, I could see the pulse of red and blue light painting the snow outside, sliding in thin stripes along the wall. A radio crackled faintly, some unintelligible code passed between officers. A car idled at the curb engine, humming. I opened the door on reflex more than courage. 2 deputies stood there, shoulders dusted with snow breath smoking. Behind them, the cruiser's light bar kept spinning, quiet but insistent. The older one held his hat under one arm. The younger one had a notebook already out, pen tucked along the spiral. "Ethan Cole," the older one asked. My tongue felt too big in my mouth. "Yeah," I said. "We need to talk to you about something that happened at your church last night," he said. His voice was not unkind, but there was no softness in it either. "Can we come in?" They sat at my tiny kitchen table because there was nowhere else to sit that did not feel like a trap. The apartment suddenly seemed smaller. Every flaw magnified: the sticky ring of soda on the table, the chipped edge of the laminate counter, the smell of cheap coffee and lemon cleaner, trying and failing to erase the ghost of last night's pizza. The older deputy took off his coat, hung it carefully on the back of the chair. The younger one kept his on-shoulders still up around his ears. A police radio on his belt hissed in little bursts, voices fading in and out. Every time it did, my heart hopped. They asked me to walk them through my previous day. I started with Valentine's service, the balloons, the cupcakes, the worship set. I told them about staying late, about Daniels' wife's migraine, about the keys in my hand, and the furnace check. When I got to Ray, their pens started moving faster. I told them he showed up in the lot after dark in the Silverado with the crooked headlight. How he had asked about cameras, about doors. How he had said he could not be on tape somewhere like Walmart again. Their eyes flicked to each other at that word. They wrote it down. I told them about the ride to Walmart, about the tools aisle, about the hatchet with the wooden handle. The younger deputy's jaw flexed. The older one took a long breath through his nose and let it out slowly. Then I told them about coming back. It sounded worse out loud than it had in my head, even though I did not change a single detail. He had me stand in the aisle, I said. He flipped the coin. He told me to raise my left arm, then the right. It felt like I did not have any control. Like being hypnotized, I guess. Hypnotized, the older deputy repeated just to hear the word. "Yeah," I said. "I know how it sounds." "But you asked." I told them about the coin dropping. That bright, impossible sound. The way my vision tunneled after. I told them the truth, that there were holes after that, gaps I could not fill, in just flashes of firelight and breath and weight in my hand. I did not say I know what happens in those blanks. I did not say I am afraid I know anyway. When I finished, the younger deputy's pen stopped scratching. He looked up at his partner like he was hoping he would step in. "Mr. Cole," the older one said carefully, "has anyone in your family ever been treated for mental health issues?" "My mother," I said before I could stop myself. The word landed like a small admission of guilt. He nodded like he already knew. Maybe he did. Small town, same files. "You understand how this sounds?" he said. To an outside ear, "Yes," I said. My voice felt scraped raw. "I understand exactly how it sounds. I also understand you have cameras at that church. Check the lot. Check the time we got back from Walmart. You will see us both go in. You will see..." I trailed off. I had seen what the cameras did and did not catch. I was no longer sure of anything. They left without handcuffing me. That part always surprises people when I tell it. They took my statement, asked for my clothes from the night before, bagged them carefully. They swabbed my hands, even though it had been hours. They took the shoebox of receipts I kept under the sink in case there was a Walmart one that matched what I said. "We will be in touch," the older one said, standing in my doorway again, coat back on. The cruiser's lights were off now. The car looked almost normal. "Do not leave town, Ethan," as if I had anywhere to go. Days folded over on themselves after that. I did not go to work. Someone from the warehouse texted me a question about a pallet, then followed it up with, "Heard about your church." "Man, you okay?" I did not answer either. Daniels left voicemails, his voice more strained each time until they stopped coming at all. The news cycled through its limited footage. The steeple, the tape, the same two parishioners saying they were shocked and saddened, mixed in with car accidents and weather. Somewhere in there, I went down to the station once voluntarily to clarify a few points they said. Same questions, different room. Metal table this time. Fluorescent buzzing louder. The detective in charge was there now, a man in his 50s with gray at his temples and the kind of eyes you only get from having heard every story twice. He watched me like I was a puzzle he was tired of assembling. A week after the furnace, maybe a little more, he came back. Not to my apartment this time. By then, I had gotten used to the station. The smell of burned coffee, the chill in the hallway at the back where the cells were. He had me in the same interview room as before, same table, same chair that wobbled a bit when you leaned too hard on one side. He brought a folder with him. It was one of those thick manila ones with the fasteners at the top, bulging slightly. He set it on the table between us and rested his hand on it for a moment, like he was feeling its pulse. "Ethan," he said, "we got the preliminary forensic report back today. Dental personal effects. Identification." My throat went dry. Okay. He opened the folder just enough to glance inside, even though I am sure he had it memorized. Maybe he just needed the paper in front of him to feel like this was not coming from him. The remains recovered from the furnace room, he said with the flat, clean precision of someone who has said this kind of sentence before, belonged to a male mid-30s. Raymond Klein. The man you know as Ray from AA. He let the words sit there. The fluorescent light hummed. Somewhere down the hall, a phone rang once and stopped. Not a stranger. Not some unknown vagrant. Not Daniels, who was very much alive out there dealing with his own version of this nightmare. Ray was the one in the furnace. A stupid part of my brain latched onto a detail that did not matter. So he really was real, it thought. As if dental records were the only proof I had needed that I had not conjured him out of fear. So I heard myself say slowly, if he was in there. Who exactly was hypnotizing who? The detective studied me for a long second, like he was trying to decide if I was making a joke or confessing to something I did not understand. Then he closed the folder, the cardboard thapping softly against the table. "You are not the victim, Ethan," he said. His tone was not cruel, just final. "You are the only one left who could have swung that hatchet." By the end of that day, I was no longer Mr. Cole who helps with music at the church. I was the suspect in custody. My belongings went into a plastic bag. My belt and shoelaces went into another. The holding cell door shut with that heavy hydraulic thud that makes your stomach drop, even if you have never been on the wrong side of it before. The cinder block walls smelled like disinfectant and old sweat. The thin mattress on the steel bunk creaked when I sat down. Somewhere beyond the bars, a drunk in another cell mumbled to himself. The building's HVAC hummed through vents I could not see. A fluorescent light flickered in the hallway, buzzing like a trapped fly. I sat there with my hands empty, fingers laced together so I would not see them shake. That was the first night I heard the coin in my cell when there was nothing in my hands. 5.1. In the interview room at the county jail was designed to make you forget, that the rest of the world had colors. The walls were not white, not really. They were some tired shade of off-white with a gray undertone, the kind of color you get if you mix all the leftover paint together and call it neutral. There were faint scuff marks at chair height places, where handcuffs had scraped where boots had kicked. The table in the center was a slab of fake wood bolted to the floor, with 4 metal posts, the bolts capped, but still obvious, like the room was reminding you that even the furniture did not trust you. There was a camera in the upper corner inside a smoky plastic dome. A tiny red LED next to it pulsed slowly, like it was breathing. The sound of the HVAC came in through a vent above the door. A constant low rush, just loud enough to make you raise your voice a little without realizing it. Every time one of the heavy doors out in the hallway opened or closed, you could hear the thunk of metal and the echo of voices muffled by cinder block. They had taken the cuffs off my wrists for this. It was a courtesy, they said. My hands still remembered them, though. The skin around my bones was irritated, faint red dents where the metal had sat. I kept my hands on the table, fingers laced loosely together, because if I put them in my lap, it felt like I was hiding something. Even when you have nothing in your hands in a room like that, you start to feel guilty for having fingers at all. The detective came in with the same folder he always brought. He dropped it on the table with a dull sound and sat across from me, chair squeaking a little under his weight. Up close, he looked more exhausted than intimidating. The lines around his eyes deeper, his tie loosened just enough to prove he remembered being human when he picked it out that morning. A styrofoam cup of coffee steamed in front of him, smelling like burnt plastic and cheap beans. Behind him, the camera's red light blinked. The HVAC hummed. My heartbeat tried to keep time with both and failed. "Afternoon, Ethan," he said. He always used my first name, never Mr. Cole anymore. "How's the food treating you?" The joke landed somewhere between us and died. I shrugged. "Fine." He nodded like that was a real answer. He opened the folder, flipped through a few pages like he was making sure it was the right one, even though I knew it was. My name was typed on the tab in black marker. It probably lived in its own little slot in a cabinet somewhere. Now just another case file in a room full of them. "We're gonna walk through some things again," he said. "Make sure we're all on the same page. You comfortable with that?" Comfortable was a word that did not belong in that room. Still, I said, "Yeah." He started with the story I already knew by heart. Ray's story, the one that existed on paper now instead of just in my head. 3 days before Valentine's, he said your friend Ray, Raymond Klein, has a fight with his brother-in-law in town. Witnesses describe it as loud, ugly, out of control. Someone almost calls us, but they calm down enough to avoid that. Ray leaves on a bike by himself, heading south. He flipped to another page. 2 days before Valentine's, he attends AA at your church. Several members confirm he was there. They describe him as... what was the word? He ran his finger down the page. Jumpy. Another said wired. He sits in the back, talks to the pastor, afterward asks about meeting times. He looked up at me to make sure I remembered that part. I did. Valentine's night, he went on You Run Music at church. You and Pastor Daniels close up after service. He leaves around 10:15. His wife confirms. She's got a migraine, he goes home to her. Neighbors see his car in their driveway by 10:30. He tapped his pen on the table, a soft, dull click. You stay behind, he said. You check the furnace, you straighten up. Around 11, one of the houses near the church hears your car. Just yours. No other engines. No other doors. I swallowed. They wouldn't hear a truck on the highway, I said. Not from there. He tilted his head. We're talking about the lot, Ethan. Not the highway. He let that sit, then continued. A little before midnight, your Ford leaves the property. That same neighbor reports seeing your taillights. They go back to bed. He gave a half shrug. They don't think anything of it. Why would they? He flipped another page. The paper made a soft, dry rasp against his skin. Next morning, your caretaker comes in, he said. He finds what he finds. Smoke from the chimney, blood in the sanctuary. We go in. We call the coroner. Forensics starts their work. He closed the folder again, resting his hands on top of it. That's the skeleton of what we know, independent of what you've told us. My skin felt too tight. Independent of me, I repeated. He nodded. Now, Ethan, let's layer your version over that. Okay? You with me? I stared at my hands, at the faint red marks around my wrists. Yeah. You say he began slowly, that you left the church sometime after 11, that you were not alone, that Ray was there, that he showed up in his truck, that he asked you for a ride, that you went to Walmart together, that you bought a hatchet for him, that you came back together before midnight. He looked at me, waiting for me to correct him. I did not. He had it right. In the sanctuary, he continued. You say he stood in front of you and flipped a coin, that he told you to lift your left arm, then your right, that your arms moved without you deciding to move them, that you felt hypnotized. His tone stayed neutral, like he was reading off a grocery list. Still, each word dug in like a splinter. I did not just say that, I murmured. That is what happened. He let the silence sit for a second, then leaned back in his chair, eyes never leaving my face. Okay, he said. Let me ask you something, Ethan. Does that sound more like something that happened to you? Or something you wish had happened to you instead of what you really did? The room seemed to tilt a little, even though I knew it was level. The HVAC hummed. Somewhere down the hall, a door clanged shut, and a voice cursed once before being swallowed by distance. I do not understand the question, I said, even though I did. Too well. He folded his hands on the folder, mirroring my posture. You're a smart guy, he said. You know what this looks like. We have a dead man in your furnace. We have you on camera in a Walmart buying a hatchet with no one next to you. We have you on camera in that church going in and out alone. We have your car. We have his coin. He paused, letting each piece drop between us like chips on a table. And then we have you, he went on softer now, telling a story where you are not the one making choices. Where something else, someone else, gets to steer your hands, your feet, your memory. My heart started doing that rabbit thing in my chest again, fast and useless. I could feel a faint sheen of sweat on my palms, tacky against the table. He was there, I said. It came out more desperate than I wanted. I did not make him up. I did not want this. I stopped. The red light on the camera blinked. The HVAC breathed. The pen waited above his notepad for whatever I would say next. 5.2, the footage I couldn't argue with. Before you ever see a courtroom, you get used to rooms that feel like cheap imitations of one. My lawyer's conference room was one of those spaces. Almost formal, but not quite. The table was a long rectangle of wood that had once been nice, but now wore a constellation of scratches and ring stains from years of coffee cups and nervous hands. The chairs had thin padding and squeaked if you shifted your weight too fast. A big plastic water cooler stood in the corner, empty, the blue jug inverted and useless. From the hallway outside, I could hear the mechanical whine of a photocopier and the occasional burst of laughter from someone who did not know what was happening in this room. My lawyer, a woman named Harper with ink-black hair and tired, sharp eyes, set her laptop on the table and flipped it open. The screen lit her face a ghostly blue, She had already gone through the usual script with me charges, options, words like plea and insanity and burden of proof. I had nodded when I was supposed to ask questions when my brain could form them. Now we were at the part that mattered. "All right," she said, fingers moving over the keyboard. "I'm going to show you what the state is going to show the jury. You need to see it the way they will see it." She did not say, "You need to understand why half of them will decide you are lying before you ever open your mouth." She did not need to. The first window she opened was labeled with a date and a logo that might as well have been a verdict all by itself. Walmart store number timestamp. The footage came up in the flat, slightly distorted way all big box security videos do. High angle, wide angle, everything compressed. The entryway doors at the bottom of the frame, the checkout lanes on the right aisles stretching away like a maze on the left. The colors were washed out by the fluorescent glare. Faces were too small to read. "There," Harper said, tapping the trackpad. She froze the image, then zoomed in just enough that the pixels started to show. A figure stepped into the automatic door's frame. Jeans, dark jacket, hood down. My posture, my walk, me. "Play it," I said, even though my throat was already tightening. The doors yawned open in jerky increments. I stepped inside, shoulders hunched against the cold hands in my pockets. No one walked in beside me. No one hovered just behind my shoulder. The automatic doors closed again, sealing me in the bright, humming bubble. I waited for Ray to appear. For his hood, his coin, his sideways glance. He did not. The Ethan on the screen went straight through the entryway and into the main store, passing under the camera's blind spot for a second. Before reappearing on another angle, Harper pulled up. He walked with purpose. No hesitations, no pauses to look back or talk to someone off frame. I watched myself cut past seasonal, a blur of pink and red on the shelves, and turn into the tools aisle. The camera there had a better angle lower closer. It saw almost everything. There I was, standing alone in front of the wall of hatchets and axes. On the inside of my skull, I remembered Ray's voice. "You are the church guy. People trust you." I remembered him standing slightly behind me, just out of easy view, chin nodding toward the blades. On the screen, there was only me. No shadow in my periphery, no second shape. I watched myself reach up and take the same hatchet I remembered taking. Held it under the light, turned it in my hands, squinted, assessing the edge. The motion looked deliberate, almost casual. Not the stiff, reluctant, borrowed movement of someone whose strings were being pulled. It felt like watching a twin, I said quietly, more to myself than to Harper. Like a version of me who knew how to erase people out of his world with willpower. She glanced at me but did not answer. Her job here was not to comfort me. It was to show me why I was already losing. On the tape, I left the aisle and headed for self-checkout. The camera there showed a clear view of each station. Only 3 were occupied. A woman with a toddler in a cart, a man buying a single carton of milk, and me. We watched my twin set the hatchet on the glass. We watched him scan the barcode bag and slide a card into the reader. No one stood beside him. No one hovered behind his left shoulder. His lips moved once, like he was saying something under his breath, but there was no one close enough for it to be meant for. The machine's animation flashed something green and cheerful. Transaction complete. My twin picked up the plastic bag and walked out of frame. "There's more," Harper said, gentle and brutal at once. She closed the Walmart window and opened the next one. The logo in the corner this time made something twist in my chest. Our church system. My setup. The first clip was from the parking lot camera. I recognized the angle too well, the rectangle of asphalt, the curve of the gravel, the stripe of road at the top where 23 rolled past in a constant low-res blur. The light over the side door shone white, haloing the nearest patch of snow. She scrubbed forward to the timestamp that matched what I remembered. My car's headlights slid into the frame, swung as I turned into the lot. The Ford eased into a space by the side door and stopped. The driver's door opened. I climbed out, pulling my hood up, shoulders dusted with snow. There was no Silverado, no double headlights, one dimmer than the other, ghosting across the brick. No second set of tracks in the snow. The lot behind me stayed empty, a flat plane of grainy gray. Sometimes angle, I started hearing how thin I sounded even as the words left my mouth. "We pulled every angle," she said, not unkindly. "This is the only car that shows." We watched me cross to the door, unlock it, slip inside. The door shut. The lot went still again, the light over the side entrance glaring down on nothing. She clicked to the hallway camera. This was worse. The view showed the corridor I had walked 1,000 times. Tile floor, beige walls, doors leading to classrooms and the fellowship hall. The exit sign at the far end glowed dull red, making the scuffed paint under it look bruised. I entered from the left, the side entrance, head-down, keys jingling at my hip. I watched myself pause halfway down the hall, turn to the side like I was listening to someone. My mouth moved. My hand came up, fingers curling around nothing. On the inside of my head, I remembered holding the door for Ray, letting him walk ahead, seeing his hoodie in my peripheral vision. On the screen, I was holding the air open so no one could pass. I said something. You could tell from the shape of my mouth the way my jaw worked. My other hand did the little half shrug I do when I downplay something. Then I let the door close and continued down the hall, gesturing once more as if answering a question. "Jesus," I whispered. "There's more," Harper said again, and I almost laughed. Of course there was. The sanctuary camera's footage was grainier, high and wide, the frame slightly tilted. It showed the backs of the pews, the aisle, the low steps up to the altar. When she jumped to the timestamp, the lights were already on. The exit signs glowed like dropped embers. We watched me come in through the back, plastic bag swinging. The lonely Walmart logo flashed once as I walked down the aisle. Halfway to the front, I turned my head to the left, then to the right, like I was responding to someone's comment over my shoulder. My lips moved. No one was there. I set the bag down on the bottom step, nice and careful. Then I turned and walked back 3 or 4 rows, stopping in the center of the aisle. From up high, I looked smaller, less solid, like a piece in someone else's game. I stood there for a moment, hands at my sides. You could see my chest rise and fall once, twice. Then, without anyone in front of me, without a single other person in frame, I raised my left arm. It came up slow and steady, straight out from my shoulder. My hand opened, palm facing forward. A beat later, my right arm followed until I was standing there with both arms outstretched, crucifix style, in the middle of the empty sanctuary. The camera had no audio. The only sound in the conference room was the faint whir of the laptop's fan and the photocopier grinding somewhere out in the hall. Inside my skull, the emptiness had its own soundtrack. Flick, spin, slap. The coin was not on screen. It did not exist in those pixels. Not in Ray's hand, not on the floor. But my brain supplied it anyway, in perfect sync with the movements of my arms, with the angle of my head. It was as if the sound had been overdubbed just for me. I watched myself hold the pose for several seconds, swaying just slightly, like I was fighting some invisible wind. Then my arms dropped a fraction. My head tipped forward. A moment later, the footage smeared, a glitch, a jump. And when the frames snapped back into alignment, I was gone from the aisle. Harper hit pause. We sat there, the image frozen, empty sanctuary, empty aisle, empty altar. The bag still on the step, the hatchet's handle just visible, poking out of the white plastic. "I want you to look at me," she said. I tore my eyes away from the screen. Her gaze was steady, professional, but there was something almost sympathetic tucked into the corners. "This is what they see," she said. "Walmart, you alone. Church lot, you alone. Hallway, you alone, talking to yourself. Sanctuary, you alone, putting your arms out like someone told you to do it. No one else. No ray. No coin. Just you." She tapped the laptop gently with one finger. "If you were on that jury watching this," she asked, "what would you think?" The answer came out before I could dress it up. If I were on that jury, I said, voice low, I would think I was crazy too. I looked back at the frozen frame, the bag on the altar, the empty aisle where I had held my arms out to nothing. Watching those tapes, I admitted I kind of agreed. 5.3. My mother's shadow. The first time I talked to the jail psychiatrist, I thought they were just trying a different angle of interrogation. They brought me to another small room, not too different from the interview room, but softer around the edges. The walls were painted a pale blue instead of off-white. The table was smaller, round, no bolts visible. There was a box of tissues in the middle, which felt almost like a threat. The HVAC still hummed, because that sound is apparently the backbone of every institution in America. The psychiatrist was a woman in her 40s, with a name I will not use and a voice that never raised above library. She wore glasses with thin black frames and had a small notebook in front of her closed pen resting on top. "Ethan," she said after the door clicked shut behind the guard, "I'm here to evaluate how you're doing. This is not an interrogation. I'm not the police." I almost laughed at that. "Everyone in this building works for the same side," I said, but it came out more tired than hostile. She just nodded like that response was listed on a chart somewhere. "I'm here to understand you," she said, "so the court can make an informed decision. Can you tell me about your family? Any history of mental illness?" That word, history, felt heavier than it should have. I thought of the file folder the detective had brought, the one with my name on the tab. The idea that there might be another folder somewhere older with my mother's name on it made my stomach twist. I told the psychiatrist the version I had always told people when the subject came up. My mom had issues, I said. Anxiety, depression. That's what they called it when I was a kid. "And what would you call it now?" she asked. The overhead light hummed. Somewhere a door shut with that familiar heavy thunk. I stared at the box of tissues and thought about 12-year-old me standing in the kitchen of our old rental on Maple Street. The faucet dripping, the fridge rattling every time it kicked on. "She saw people," I said finally. "People who weren't there." The memory unfolded, whether I wanted it to or not. My mother would stand at the kitchen sink, hands wet, dish towel forgotten, staring out the window over the backyard. The yard was small. Patchy grass, chain link fence, a maple tree with one low branch I used to hang from until my fingers gave out. Our neighbor's yard butted up against it, then the alley, then the next street. Sometimes she would stand there for long minutes, shoulders tensed, eyes fixed on the far corner of the fence, like she was watching a movie only she could see. The TV in the living room would be on, some daytime talk show, canned laughter leaking down the hall. The fridge would click and hum. The faucet would drip in little metallic plinks into the sink. "He's still there," she would whisper, fingers tightening on the lip of the counter. "He's still there, baby. You just can't see him." I remember walking up beside her once, bare feet cold on the linoleum. I remember putting my hands on the edge of the sink, leaning forward until my nose almost touched the glass. There was nobody in the yard. Just the maple tree, the fence, the alley. A trash can knocked over in the neighbor's lot. The gray sky pressing down. Right there, she insisted, voice shaking. By the tree. His coat is brown. He hasn't moved in an hour. I looked harder until my eyes watered as if I could make someone appear through effort. All I saw was empty space. I don't see anyone, Mom, I said. I remember the way my own voice sounded. Small, apologetic, like my failure to see was letting her down. She made a frustrated sound, low in her throat, like she was more afraid of me not seeing than of the man she believed was there. Later that night, I heard her on the phone in her bedroom, whispering to my aunt about him, and how long can this go on, the TV murmured in the living room. The fridge hummed. My world stayed the same while hers cracked. They told me it was stress, that the medications would help, that my mother was just going through something. They taught me words like depression and anxiety, because those sounded more polite than the things she actually described. The psychiatrist in the jail nodded as I recited all of this. She asked gentle, pointed questions. Had my mother ever been hospitalized? Did she ever talk about hearing things? Did I ever see her talking to people I could not see? Did anyone else in the family have similar problems? I did not think I knew the answers. Then Harper slid a different folder across the table to me a few days later. We were back in her conference room, the photocopier grinding outside like an old beast. This folder was thinner than mine, older edges worn. My mother's name was printed on the tab in faded ink. The sight of it made my chest feel tight, like someone had wrapped an invisible band around my ribs and started to twist. "These are records your aunt released," Harper said. "Hospitalizations, medication history. It's relevant." I opened the folder like it might explode. There were photocopied intake forms from a hospital I dimly remembered as the place with the soft-souled nurses and the vending machine that always ate my quarters. Dates I had never connected. Words I had never been allowed to read. Schizoaffective disorder. Delusional episodes. Auditory hallucinations reported. Non-compliance with medication regimen. My mother's name appeared on line after line, followed by language that made her feel like a case instead of a person. I read about one admission where she had reported persistent belief in a male figure observing her from her yard. Another where she had described hearing sounds, coins, tapping that others in the home did not hear. I had never known that made it into paperwork. To me, it had been a private weirdness, a family ghost story we did not tell outside the house. Seeing it in that font under a hospital letterhead next to phrases like paranoid ideation made something in me twist. It was like reading a prophecy written years before I ever walked into the Walmart tools aisle. "It doesn't mean you're your mother," Harper said quietly, reading my face. "But it means there's a pattern, a vulnerability that makes me sound insane," I said. She did not flinch from the word. "We're not arguing that you're evil," she said. "We're arguing that you were not in control, that what happened through you, not from you." I thought about the tapes, about the Ethan on screen who walked alone, talked to air, raised his arms at nothing. The Ethan who selected a hatchet like he was picking out cereal, who scanned and bagged it without anyone nudging him. "I remember him," I said. "The other way. With Ray there. With the coin. If I say yes to what you're suggesting, I'm saying everything I remember is wrong." Harper held my gaze. "You're saying your perception might not match what actually happened," she said. "There's a difference. It feels the same from where I'm sitting," said. She exhaled slowly. "Ethan," she said, voice softer now, "if we go in there and say you remember it exactly right. The coin, the hypnosis, the man who somehow never appears on any camera. A jury will see you as a liar, not a victim." If we go in there with your history, your mother's history, the psychiatrist's evaluation, the footage, we can argue not guilty by reason of insanity. It is not freedom, but it is not life without parole either. I hated that she was right. I hated that the path that offered me any kind of future depended on me accepting a version of myself that looked more like my mother at the sink than the person I thought I was. The guy who tuned guitars and fixed cameras and locked up after Bible study. I also hated the alternative, dying in a gray jumpsuit in a state prison, my name a punchline on local true crime forums. So when the judge asked for my plea months later in that cold courtroom, with its flags and its polished wood and its uncomfortable benches, my voice did not shake as much as I expected when I said the words. Not guilty by reason of insanity. They brought in experts, doctors, people with degrees who used phrases like psychotic break and stress-triggered dissociative episode. They talked about my mother's diagnoses, about my own symptoms, the sounds I heard, that no one else did the way I described Ray, even when no recording ever captured him. They played the tapes. The jury watched my twin walk into Walmart alone, buy the hatchet alone, pray in the empty sanctuary, alone with his arms outstretched to some invisible altar call. In the end, the verdict came down not like a lightning strike, but like a slow, heavy drumbeat. The clerk read the words. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty by reason of insanity. People say not guilty like it's a win. In that room, it wasn't applause. It was an administrative classification, a decision about which locked building I would live in for the foreseeable future. They did not take the cuffs off when they moved me from the jail to the facility. The transport van smelled like vinyl and old sweat metal bench cold under my thighs. The psych hospital, Forensic Behavioral Health Center officially, sat behind a fence taller than any chain link I'd known, topped with coils of razor wire that looked almost decorative in the afternoon sun. Inside, everything was quieter, but only on the surface. Soft-soled shoes, doors that closed with a more polite click instead of a slam, whiteboards with names and medication times written in neat marker. My room had a narrow metal bed bolted to the floor, a thin mattress, a pillow that felt like it was stuffed with packing peanuts. The blanket was army green and scratchy, too light to be comforting, but heavy enough to remind you it was there. The window was a slit of reinforced glass that looked out on a patch of yard and more fence. They checked on me every 15 minutes that first night, peeking through the little observation pane in the door. I lay on my back, staring at the ceiling, listening. The facility had its own soundscape, the low hiss of air through vents, the soft beep of machines in the nurse's station down the hall, a distant toilet flushing, someone in another room muttering a string of words, then laughing once, then going silent. The faint squeak of rubber soles as staff walked their rounds. I closed my eyes and let the noise wash over me, trying to convince myself it was proof I was somewhere safer than a prison cell. Somewhere clinical, controlled. In the middle of all that institutional white noise, a tiny sound slipped in. Flick, spin, slap. It was so clear it might as well have been right by my ear. The delicate metallic cadence I knew too well somehow threaded through the hum of vents and distant footsteps. My fingers curled reflexively, searching for weight, for the cool edge of a coin, for anything solid to prove there was a source. There was nothing in my hands, nothing under my pillow, nothing in the room that could make that sound. It came again anyway. Soft, patient, familiar, flick, spin, slap. I lay there on the metal bed blanket, scratchy against my chin, staring into the dimmed ceiling, and realized that for the first time since this began, there were no cameras I could demand to see afterward. No footage to rewind. No angle to prove me right or wrong. No cameras to check this time. Just me and the sound. 6.1 Life in the ward. If jail was a holding pattern, the ward was a new planet with its own gravity. I got there in winter, but inside it was always the same season fluorescent. No windows in the main corridors, just long stretches of off-white walls and polished floors that reflected light in dull streaks. The days were carved into blocks, whether you felt them or not. Wake up was at 6. The first morning, a voice came over the intercom. Female tinny, too cheerful for the hour. Good morning, Unit B, time to rise and shine. The door to my room clicked, the little magnetic lock releasing with a tiny thump, not the heavy clang of a jail cell. Still, it meant the same thing: you can move now, but only where we say. The hall smelled like disinfectant and sleep. Men shuffled out of their rooms in gray or blue scrub pants, institutional t-shirts, bare feet, or rubber slippers. Some looked half awake, rubbing their eyes. Others had that wide, fixed stare like they had been up all night. A tech with a clipboard checked faces off a list as we passed. Meds were first. We lined up outside the nurses' station, a glassed-in cube with a sliding window like a fast food drive-through for pharmaceuticals. Inside, nurses in pastel scrubs popped pills out of blister packs into little paper cups. The line crept forward under the buzz of the overhead lights and the distant echo of someone yelling down another hall. When it was my turn, the nurse glanced at my chart, then at me. "Morning, Ethan," she said. "Here you go." 2 pills in the cup, one white one pale blue, an orange juice chaser in a tiny plastic cup. She watched my throat as I swallowed, then made me open my mouth, lift my tongue, give a little cough. No hiding it in my cheek, no saving it for later. They needed to watch my brain change in real time, not on delay. Breakfast in the cafeteria followed meds like a rule of physics. The room was big, high-ceilinged with long, bolted-down tables and plastic benches. A TV hung in the corner at an awkward angle, playing a local news station on mute with subtitles flickering too fast to read. The smell hit you as soon as the door opened. Powdered eggs, burnt toast, institutional coffee that tasted like someone had waved a bean over hot water and called it good. We slid our trays down the metal rail. Scrambled eggs that came in perfect rectangular blocks. Toast with the edges browned just a little too far. A scoop of something beige that might have been oatmeal or wallpaper paste, depending on the day. The coffee came in styrofoam cups. It scalded your tongue and did almost nothing to wake you up. The sound in there was always a low murmur, plastic utensils clinking against plastic trays, chairs scraping faintly, the occasional burst of laughter from a table where someone was having a good morning. Sometimes, from farther down the room, you'd hear a sharp knock it off from a staff member if someone's voice climbed too high. After breakfast, we did groups. Group therapy in a locked ward is part powwow, part performance, part test. We sat in a circle of mismatched chairs in a room with a whiteboard and a fake plant in the corner. The therapist, not the one from the jail, a new one with soft cardigans and a practiced "I'm listening" tilt to her head, sat with a clipboard, a plastic bin of fidget toys on the floor at her feet. On the first day, she wrote "Insight" on the board in big, careful letters. "We're going to work on understanding our stories," she said. What happened, how we interpreted it then, and how we can reframe it now. Reframe. Another word to add to the list. When it was my turn, they wanted the whole thing again. The church, the coin, the hatchet, the furnace, the tapes. Not the detective version, my version. They wanted to hear the edges of my delusion so they could sand them down. I told it because what else was I going to do? The circle listened, some with genuine interest, some with the blank, polite look of people lost in their own nightmares. A big guy with tattoos on his hands nodded slowly when I described the feeling of my arms lifting without my say-so. A woman with gray hair braided down her back stared at the floor when I got to the part about the furnace. When I finished, the therapist smiled gently, like I had just completed a difficult exercise. "Thank you, Ethan," she said. That was really honest. Now, when you think about the sound of the coin and Ray making you move, how do we understand that now? There it was. The reframing. We had gone over it in individual sessions. She would ask, "What evidence do we have that Ray had supernatural control? Then what evidence do we have that your brain might have misinterpreted ordinary events?" She would say things like, "The cameras didn't capture him, and you have a family history of psychosis and stress can exacerbate latent conditions." I had learned the script they wanted. "Yes," I said, feeling the eyes around the circle tip toward me. "I understand now. Ray wasn't controlling me, my brain was. The coin sound was an auditory hallucination, a way my mind gave shape to losing control." She nodded, pleased. "Good," she said. "That shows insight. When we can identify our hallucinations, we're less controlled by them." The group murmured its approval. A box got ticked somewhere in my chart. The thing is, part of me meant it. Sitting there in that circle under those lights with meds dissolving slow and heavy in my bloodstream, it was hard not to see it her way. The footage was clear. The records were clear. My mother had stood at the sink and sworn there was a man in the yard, seeing him as vividly as I saw Ray in the aisle. The language fit. The diagnosis fit. My story slotted neatly into a category where doctors knew what to do with me. The other part of me, the part that still woke up at night hearing metal, just sat quiet, listening, filing everything away. We built a whole vocabulary around the coin. That's an intrusive sound, the therapist would say when I mentioned it. Not based in external reality. Intrusive, I repeated. Not based in external reality. In one one-on-one session, she had me list stressors for my episode. The footage, the pressures at church, my mother's death, my sense of failing as a son, as a believer. She wrote them in a little column, arrows pointing to boxes labeled symptoms. "Where does the coin fit?" she asked, pen ready. "Right there," I said, pointing to auditory hallucinations. I know what it is." I learned to say all the right things. This was an illness. I had a break from reality. I projected control onto Ray that actually belonged to my own untreated condition. Every time I said it, the staff smiled a little more, wrote a little more in the improved insight section of whatever form they used. Every time I said it, I felt like I was scrubbing another layer off a picture I did not want to lose. Because here is the thing I never told them. Even after I accepted the illness narrative, the coin did not go away. The meds dulled it sometimes. They blurred the edges of my thoughts, stretched my reactions out like taffy, made my dreams muddy and slow. The coin might go days without flipping. Then, in a quiet moment, it would sneak back in. Once lights out had come and gone, the ward was in that weird nocturnal rhythm it has. Half asleep, half alert. Somewhere down the hall, a man snored like a chainsaw. A nurse's shoes squeaked faintly as she did her rounds. The intercom crackled once with static and then went dead. I lay in my narrow bed, staring at the faint rectangle of the door in the dark. My hands were tucked under the pillow so the nurses would not think I was doing anything. My breathing had settled into a slow, fake sleep pattern. That was when I heard it clear as if it were at the next pillow over. Flick, spin, slap. Not in my head, not muffled, not far away. It had that tiny three-dimensional quality you only get when a sound actually exists in space. The little echo off the wall, the way it seems to come from a specific direction, from the room next door. I held my breath, listening. Again. Flick, spin, slap. A faint little ring as the coin, if it was a coin, tapped something solid at the end of its arc. In my mind's eye, I saw it rolling in a small circle on the linoleum, wobbling on its edge before falling flat. I sat up slowly, heart kicking. The motion made my bed creak, a small complaint in the dark. The sound from the next room stopped. A minute later, the nurse's flashlight beam streaked across the little window in my door, checking. She moved on. I slid off the bed and padded to the door, pressing my ear to the cool metal, listening hard. Nothing. No whisper of conversation. No muttering. Just the distant hum of the building. The next morning at Meds, I caught a glimpse into the room next door when they opened his door as mine was closing. The guy in that bed, a lanky kid with a buzz cut and a tattoo of a playing card on his wrist, was passed out on his side mouth, slightly open, one arm dangling toward the floor. His hands were empty. No coins, no anything. Later in group, when the therapist asked if anyone had experienced any symptoms overnight, I said the line I knew they wanted. I heard the coin again, I said. I know it was just my brain. She smiled, wrote it down. And how did you cope? She asked. I reminded myself it wasn't real, I said. I told myself it was part of the illness. I did not add. And then I lay awake until the 3 a.m. checks, listening for it to come back, afraid that if it stopped completely, I'd have to admit that the only place it ever lived was in me. Life in the ward settled into a rhythm built of those contradictions. By day, I worked the narrative like a job pills group's worksheets about triggers and coping mechanisms. I learned to map my mother's shadow onto my own, to call the places where our stories overlapped inheritance instead of curse. I made myself say, Ray was sick, I was sick, and sickness met sickness, even if a piece of me still saw him flipping that coin with too much precision to be just a figment. By night, when the building settled and the institutional noises thinned, I listened. For the faint, familiar hitch in the soundtrack. A tiny, persistent rhythm that might be a symptom, a haunting, or both. Flick, spin, slap. 6, 2 release, and the quiet years. They do not open the doors one day and say, you're cured. They say you're stable. Stable is a word that looks good on a report and feels very different inside your skin. It took years to get there. Years of the same schedule, wake-up meds groups, more meds, monitored phone calls, supervised visits where my sister sat across from me at a plastic table and tried not to look scared. Years of learning the right phrases, insight, relapse, prevention, decompensation, adherence. Somewhere in there, the coin sound got less sharp. Not gone, just folded deeper under the hum of the vents and the squeak of nurses' shoes. I learned to say auditory intrusions instead of something following me. The staff wrote things like no acute psychotic symptoms observed and denies homicidal ideation. Then one spring, the psychiatrist looked over my chart, adjusted her glasses, and said, I believe it's time we talk about discharge planning. The word discharge sounded clinical and gross, like something your body does when it's sick. But it also meant a door might open that had been locked for most of my adult life. The process took months. They tapered one of my meds down, watched to see if I broke. I did not. They added a new one to augment mood, watched again. I slept a little better. They did another battery of tests, ink blots, questions, scales from 1 to 10. They brought in my sister, asked if she felt safe with the idea of me outside these walls. She hesitated just long enough for me to notice, then said, yes, because she is loyal in ways I do not deserve. Finally, 8 years after the verdict, they handed me a stack of discharge papers and a cardboard box with my name on the side. Inside were the things I had come in with: a wallet, a watch that no longer worked, a house key to a place that did not belong to me anymore. The clothes I had worn the day of the trial didn't fit right. I had lost weight, lost muscle, lost some other kind of mass you do not see but feel. "Your first stop is the halfway house," the social worker said, walking me through it all. 30 days minimum. Longer if you need it. After that, subsidized housing, regular check-ins, mandatory meds. "You understand?" I nodded. I understood that the fence outside the facility would not be the last line I crossed under someone else's supervision. Court orders followed me out like a shadow. I signed papers stating I would never work with children, never volunteer in any setting involving minors, never hold a position in any church or religious nonprofit. Given the context, the judge had said, "It is in the best interest of the community." There was no version of me in any timeline that could argue with that. The halfway house smelled like cheap detergent and microwaved dinners. I shared a room with a guy who snored and had a habit of leaving the TV on all night. The building sat on a quiet street near a bus line far enough from downtown that sirens were background, not foreground. There was a chore chart on the fridge and a binder in the office with our schedules, meetings with probation therapy appointments, job search logs. "Structure keeps you grounded," the house manager told us. "Idle hands, devil's workshop, all that." I did what was on the lists. I took the bus to job fairs. I filled out applications online at the communal computer, watching other people's lives scroll by on the news tab. I sat through workshops on interview skills for justice-involved individuals and tried not to hear the coin every time someone's keys jingled. Eventually, I found work where no one had the energy to ask too many questions. Night shift at a gas station off a different highway. The kind of place where the floor tiles are permanently sticky, the coffee pot is older than half the customers, and the fluorescent lights buzz loud enough to fill the silence. My job was to stock shelves, mop spills, and ring up purchases for people who did not want conversation. Drunks, truckers, insomniacs, people passing through who would forget my face by the time they hit the on-ramp. Later, when I got tired of the smell of gasoline seeping into my clothes, I picked up janitor work at an office park. After that, another warehouse job, scanning boxes again like some prequel version of my old life. Everything was background check friendly, meaning they were either desperate or did not care what I had done as long as I showed up on time and did not steal. Some days I would catch a glimpse of the exit sign for US 23 on the freeway and feel my throat close. I built mental maps around that church routes that curved away before I had to see even a hint of its steeple in the distance. If I had to drive south for any reason, I took the long way extra miles of asphalt to avoid a particular patch of air. I avoided churches like they gave off radiation. If a friend from the halfway house invited me to a recovery meeting in a church basement, I would make an excuse. Too much of a trigger, I would say, and they would nod understanding more than they knew. I timed my grocery trips to avoid Sunday morning crowds when people showed up in their best clothes, the smell of perfume and cologne and coffee and God clinging to them. The soundscape of freedom was different, but it had its own traps. At the gas station, the ice machine at the far end of the store would groan and clatter every hour, dumping a fresh load of cubes into the bin. The first few nights, the sharp, hollow clink of ice hitting plastic sounded enough like coins hitting a counter that my whole body would tense before my brain caught up. A customer dropping change by the register, that bright scatter of metal on laminate, could make my shoulders knot so fast they ached the rest of the shift. When the old cash drawer slid open with its familiar ding, the coins in their trays chattering, I had to remind myself out loud sometimes. That's real. You can see it. That's real. I checked sounds like other people check locks. Air conditioner kicking on fine, Neighbor's car alarm chirping fine. Random metallic tick from somewhere I could not immediately identify. I would freeze, breath held, waiting for the pattern. Flick, spin, slap. Most nights it was nothing. Plumbing, heat ducts, life. On the few occasions, something sounded close, sharp, coin-like. I forced myself to get up, to walk to the source, to put my hand on whatever it was. A soda can settling in the cooler, a quarter sliding off the counter, a key ring hitting the floor. You show yourself the demon is just a coat hanging on a chair. That's what therapy taught me. The quiet years grew around those habits like scar tissue. I took my meds. I kept my appointments. I answered my probation officer's questions with the right mix of honesty and caution. I learned which grocery stores were emptier late at night and which bus drivers didn't try to make small talk. I lived small on purpose because a large life felt like something I couldn't be trusted with. Then, on a rainy Tuesday afternoon, the past found a way to knock on my door anyway. I was in my little one-bedroom apartment, not the old one from before a new box in a new complex with cheaper walls and thinner carpets, making boxed macaroni on the stove. The rain hit the balcony railing in uneven rhythms, gutters overflowing the parking lot shining black under the gray sky. The TV was on low in the background, some daytime game show, where strangers guessed the prices of things I couldn't afford. My phone buzzed on the counter. The name on the screen was my sister. I wiped my hands on a towel and answered. "Hey, Ethan," she said, breathless in that way that told me she'd been moving. I could hear the echo of a garage around her, hollow acoustics, the occasional scrape of cardboard on concrete. "Do you have a minute?" Her voice carried something under it. Not panic, something quieter. Nostalgia with splinters. "What's up?" I asked. She sighed. "I'm at Pastor Daniels's place," she said. "Well, his widow's place. We're helping her clean out the garage, old church stuff. He kept a lot." I sat down at the small table without meaning to. The fork on my plate rattled faintly. "Okay," I said. "There's a box out here with your name on it," she said. Like literally. Ethan scribbled on the top in his handwriting. "I thought you might want to know before I don't know, toss it or bring it by or something." For a second, all I heard was the rain and the faint hiss of the burner under the pot. He had saved something of mine. Through everything. Through the investigation, the trial, the scandal, the slow erosion of his reputation by association. Somewhere in his messy garage, he had written my name on cardboard and decided it mattered enough to keep. "What's in it?" I asked, my voice sounding farther away than it should have. "Hang on," she said. There was fumbling, a muffled curse as something shifted. I pictured her pushing aside old VBS props, boxes of hymnals, maybe a fake Christmas tree. A moment later, her voice came back closer, like she had the phone tucked against her shoulder now, while she dug. "Couple sheets of music," she said. "Your handwriting. Some chords for How He Loves and Wow, throwback." I heard paper rustling, a black guitar pick. "The cheap kind you used to chew." I almost smiled. Almost. And her voice changed on that last word, tightened. "There's a USB stick, old one, black, little crack on the side. It's got a label on it." My heartbeat, which had been doing a lazy background shuffle, stood up straighter. "What's it say?" I asked. She hesitated just long enough for me to picture her squinting at the tiny letters. "It's written in like white paint pen or something," she said. All caps. "Sanctuary backup." The rain outside the sliding door sounded louder somehow, like someone had turned it up. The smell of overcooked pasta drifted up from the stove, but I barely registered it. My free hand tightened around the edge of the table until my knuckles ached. In my ear, my sister's voice went on, oblivious to the small earthquake happening on my end. So she said, trying for lightness, "Do you want this stuff? I can drop it off. Or mail it. Or if it's too much, I can just get rid of it." I stared at the faded paint on my apartment wall, at the reflection of the TV and the dark screen of the microwave, at the way my own shadow looked stretched and thin in the gray afternoon light. Sanctuary backup. A word I had spent years trying not to say, sharing a label with the thing I had spent years pretending not to want. "I'll take it," I heard myself say. "Bring it by, 6.3. The frame I deleted, by the time I actually plugged the USB in the rain, had already turned the world outside my window into static. It was one of those slow, steady downpours that never quite builds to a storm, just gnaws at the edges of your patience. The parking lot lights turned every puddle into a dull, orange smear. Cars were blurry shapes. The building across the way might as well have been a painted backdrop. Inside my apartment, everything felt too bright. The overhead light in the kitchen was too harsh, so I had turned it off and left only the desk lamp on in the corner of the living room. Its yellow cone of light pooled over the table where my old laptop sat, lid open, fan already running louder than it needed to, as if it knew what was coming. The USB drive was small and black, the plastic casing scuffed on one side, a faint crack near the end where the metal met the body. Somebody, Daniels I guessed, had written on it in white paint pen, "Sanctuary Backup." The letters were slightly shaky, not from fear, just from age. It sat on the table between my hand and the laptop's USB port, a little black weight that had somehow dragged 8 years of my life into the room. I knew exactly what Sunday that label would have on it. The backup cycle had been my idea back when I still thought I was just being practical. Once a month, I'd pull footage from the Sanctuary cam onto a thumb drive and stick it in a drawer in Daniel's office just in case. Insurance against burglary, vandalism, some vague future lawsuit. Valentine's had been a Sunday, a special service, packed house, an easy just-in-case candidate. I don't have to watch it, I told myself, fingers hovering above the drive. I can throw it away. I can pretend I never got this call, never saw that label. The laptop fan whined, the sound rising and falling like a breath. Outside, a car rolled past through the rain, its tires hissing on wet asphalt. Somewhere in the building, someone dropped something heavy. The faint thud came up through the floor. Curiosity pushed against fear until the line between them blurred. If everything the doctors said was true, if this was an illness, a narrative my brain twisted to make sense of a breakdown, then watching the footage again should help write another exposure. Another chance to say, see, it really was all in my head. Proof that I had done the work, accepted, the diagnosis, moved on. My hand moved before my doubts could catch it. The USB clicked into the port with a small, decisive sound. The laptop made a little chime acknowledging the new presence. A folder window popped up, one directory dated the week of Valentine's, and inside that 4 files labeled with camera names and timestamps. Sanctuary cam zotok before AVI. The icon sat there too calm. I clicked it open. The video player took a second to load the sanctuary, blooming into view in grainy, washed-out pixels. High angle looking down from the back corner. The pulpit, the rows of pews, the aisle like a dark river down the middle. The exit sign glowing its constant red over the side door. For a few minutes, it was just church. The timestamp in the corner read 10:02 a.m. People moved in and out of frame in their Valentine reds and pinks. Couples holding hands, kids weaving between knees, Daniels doing his morning pace up the aisle, straightening hymnals, clapping a man on the shoulder. If I turned the volume up, I could almost hear it. The buzz, the coughs, the low murmur of prayer. But the file had no audio. It was all moving pictures and imagined sound. I scrubbed forward. The little timeline bar jumped. The congregation flickered and vanished as I moved past them. Decorations came down. The light in the windows shifted from bright to dim. The sanctuary emptied. Around 11:40 p.m., the image changed again. My car headlights didn't reach the sanctuary, but the timestamp told me enough. I hit play. The sanctuary was dim, only the emergency lights and exit signs providing a dull glow. Then a flare of brightness as the overheads blinked on row by row, the fluorescence stuttering before committing. The camera image pixelated for a second, then settled. Far back by the doors, a small figure stepped into frame. Me. I watched myself move down the aisle, the plastic bag swinging from my hand. The Walmart logo was a blur, but I recognized the shape anyway. I stopped halfway down, turned my head slightly, as if listening to someone, then kept going. There was no one behind me, no second figure, no movement in the pews, just me and the bag and the ghost of my own memory. I paused the video and zoomed in until the pixels started to show. My face became a blocky mess. Still, I could see enough: the set of my shoulders, the tilt of my head, the way my mouth seemed to form half a sentence toward empty space. I told myself this was good, I said out loud, my voice surprising me in the quiet room. Proof it was all in my head. I let the footage run. Sanctuary. Me reached the steps, set the bag down carefully on the bottom one. He turned away from it and walked back 3 pews, stopping dead center in the aisle. He faced the altar, arms hanging loose at his sides. I watched him, me, stand there for a beat, chest rising and falling. Then right on cue, his left arm lifted. It came up in that slow, eerie arc I knew too well, shoulder to elbow, to wrist, hand open, palm forwards, like he was pressing against invisible glass. A moment later, the right arm followed. My double stood there in the empty sanctuary, arms outstretched crucifix style, as though taking commands from a man who did not exist on the screen. I put my hand on the laptop to steady it, or maybe to steady myself. The fan ran louder, hot air venting out the side and onto my wrist. Rain rattled a little harder against the glass. I could feel the beginnings of a headache at the base of my skull, the kind that comes from trying to hold 2 realities in your head at once for too long. Okay, I whispered. Okay. This is the part where it glitches. This is the part where you disappear. This is the part you've seen before. I inched the playback speed down, slowing the world inside the frame. Arms up, held there, a slight sway. No one walking in from the side, no Ray in his hoodie, no coin between fingers. I told myself this was good, that the longer I stared at the emptiness around me on screen, the more solid the illness narrative would feel. That if I watched it enough, the phantom of Ray would peel away from the pixels and dissolve. Then it happened. Right before my arms began to sag, right before the moment the old copy of this file had glitched, something small and bright slipped into the bottom right of the frame. At first I thought it was just noise. The camera was old. It threw static and weird light artifacts on dark footage. But this was not one of those. This had shape. Something round rolled into view from the edge of the aisle where there was no pew, no person, no visible source. It hugged the carpet seam as it moved, wobbling slightly, leaving a faint shifting reflection as it caught the overhead lights. My finger froze halfway to the touchpad. The object bounced once, twice like it had dropped from a low height, then found its balance and rolled a little further before losing momentum. It tipped onto its face and lay still. Even rendered in cheap pixels, it was obvious what it was meant to be. A circle of metal lighter than the carpet around it, one edge catching the light with a tiny gleam. The size was wrong for a penny, wrong for a dime. The proportions matched the thing I had seen 100 times between Ray's fingers. $50, right there on the screen in the center of the sanctuary aisle under my outstretched arms. My heart did something I had not felt in years. It dropped straight down, as if there was a trap door in my chest that had just opened. There was no blur of a hand releasing it, no shadow in the pews that could have tossed it, no flicker at the edge of the frame to suggest a glitch pushing old pixels around. The pews remained perfectly still. The lighting did not change. Nothing else moved in sync with its entrance. The aisle was empty, but the coin was in it. The video player had no audio. There was only the whirring of my laptop fan and the rain on the glass, and my own breath going shallow. But inside my skull, that old terrible sound synced itself to the movement on screen. Flick, spin, slap. The moment it stopped rolling, my arms on the footage dropped a fraction. My head bowed like someone had cut a string. The timeline ticked forward another few seconds, and then, just like I remembered from the earlier copies, the image smeared. A digital hiccup. When the frame snapped back, I was gone from the aisle, the bag still sitting on the step where I had left it. The coin a small, bright dot near the middle of the carpet. I backed the footage up 3 seconds. Watched again. Empty aisle. Arms out. Nothing. Then the coin sliding into the frame from nowhere as if someone had pressed it through the fabric of the image itself. Again. Empty. Coin. Still. My skin felt too tight, like my body was trying to climb out of itself to get away from the laptop. I could taste metal at the back of my mouth, that faint pennies on the tongue sensation you get when you are bleeding or terrified. My brain scrambled for explanations, because that is what we trained it to do. Glitch, it suggested. Compression artifact. Reflection from something else in the building. Old footage bleeding through. An edit. A prank. Something. But every theory slid off the surface of what I was seeing. There was no other angle, no obvious edit point, no sign anyone else had touched this file since I made it years ago. The timestamps lined up. The metadata said the last modification had been on Valentine's week. If Daniels had copied it after he had not altered it, he had just kept it. Kept the night a coin appeared in an empty church and rolled itself into the center of my story. A sane person, the kind the doctors wanted me to be, might have bookmarked the frame, printed it, marched it back into therapy like a trump card. Look, they might say, I was not alone. Something else was there. Explain this, but the part of me that had survived hospitals and wards and courtrooms understood something else. There are some things you do not hand over to people who make a living naming things. If I showed them, they would find a term for it. A fault in the recording, a shared delusion, a confirmation bias event. They would fold it neatly into my chart and tuck it under symptom persistence. Or worse, they would believe it. I did not want to live in a world where either explanation was the only one I had. My hand moved almost on its own. I paused the video on the frame where the coin sat in the aisle, that imperfect circle of cheap digital light. I let myself look at it for 3 long seconds. Long enough to know I was not imagining it, not long enough for my mind to start rewriting it. Then I closed the player, dragged the entire folder to the recycle bin, and emptied it. The little animation of the trash can disappearing felt obscene. I ejected the USB, the laptop chiming its disapproval. The drive was warm in my fingers, like it had been holding onto someone else's pulse. I walked it into the kitchen, flipped the lid on the trash can, and dropped it in among coffee grounds and cardboard and last night's takeout containers. It landed with a soft plastic thud and disappeared. For a moment, I stood there in the half-light of my apartment, listening for the sound I'd grown up with my mother at the sink, insisting there was a man in the yard. The ward therapist insisting the coin was just a misfiring neuron. The judge insisting the law was satisfied. My own voice insisting I understood what was real now. All I heard was the fridge humming and the rain. I deleted the only thing that made me think. Maybe I wasn't sick. Or maybe I deleted the only proof that I'll never be well. 7.1. Why I chose a horror channel. If you have listened this far, you have probably already asked yourself the question everyone else would lead with. Why are you telling me this? Why not a cop? Why not a reporter? Why not a doctor with a wall full of framed degrees? Why funnel 8 years of something that ruined my life into a late-night YouTube video some of you will fall asleep to and others will half listen to while scrolling your phones? I have had a lot of time to think about that. Right now, I am sitting at a little round table in a cheap motel outside Columbus. The lamp beside me has a crooked shade and a bulb that's a little too white, making the fake wood grain look wrong. The bed behind me is made the way only motel beds are made. Corners so tight, the blanket might as well be stapled down. The heater under the window cycles on and off with a rattle that sounds different every time, and somehow always just a bit like it is about to die. Through the thin wall to my left, I can hear the ice machine humming and occasionally coughing out a load of cubes into the bin below. Every time it dumps, there is that sharp clatter of ice on plastic that makes my shoulders twitch in case it turns into something else. My laptop is on this table. The battery does not hold a charge anymore, so it has to be plugged in. The power brick is warm against my ankle. The fan runs louder than it should for the amount of work it is doing. On the screen is the empty email window I'm typing this into, addressed to the channel you're listening to now. I had to make a new account to send it, because my old one is tied to a name I try not to use online. If I tilt my head, I can see the highway from here through the slit in the curtains, red taillights sliding by in the wet dark like a slow, distant pulse. I did not send this to the police because to them my story ended a long time ago. The official file, the one gathering dust in some county records room, has a beginning, middle, and end that all make sense on paper. Man develops untreated mental illness experiences, psychotic break kills. Someone burns, the body runs, is caught by his own guilt, and evidence is found not guilty by reason of insanity is locked away until stable. There are doctor's notes and test results and a judgment signed in blue ink. There is a line that says case closed in language more polite than that. If I walked into a station now and said, "Hey, remember that furnace thing? I found an old video that doesn't quite match your version," they would hear what I was really saying. I have stopped accepting my diagnosis. They would see the motel address on the form and my history in the computer and start wondering if I was off my meds. Best case, they nod, file my email under miscellaneous crank, and go back to burglaries and DUIs. Worst case, they call my doctor and ask if maybe I should be somewhere with thicker walls again. I did not send this to my doctors because to them, stories are just symptoms with better vocabulary. Their job is to fit what I say into the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. The DSM, the holy book of everything that can go wrong inside your head. The last time I was in an office with a couch and a degree on the wall, I watched the psychiatrist's eyes flick back and forth between me and the printed criteria, like she was doing a real-time multiple-choice test. Persistent false beliefs, check. Family history of psychosis, check. Auditory phenomena without external source, check. If I told her about the USB or the way the coin came into frame without a hand to throw it, it would not mean what I want it to mean. It would mean ongoing fixation, magical thinking, poor reality testing. She would up my dose, maybe switch me to something that made my hands shake more and my dreams go gray. She would write words like relapse risk in a file with my name on it and send an email I would not see. I did not send this to a journalist because they need an ending. A reporter would want something they could pin to a board corruption in the church failure of the system overlooked evidence killer walks free. They need quotes from both sides, a line from the prosecutor, a line from the defense, maybe a shot of me on the sidewalk from a careful distance with my face blurred if their legal department is nervous. They need a why that can be explained in under 10 minutes between ads for pickup trucks and antidepressants. What I have is not that kind of story. What I have lives in the spaces between the footage and my memory, and my mother's shadow and the sound that followed me out of locked wards and onto cheap motel mattresses. You though, you listening to this on a phone in your bed or in your car in a dark parking lot or through earbuds while you stock shelves or fold laundry, this channel has always lived on those in-between lines. I know. I used to be you. Long before I ever typed this out, I lay in the half-light of my rooms and let videos like this autoplay until the narrator's voice felt like a roommate. I watched titles scroll by, true horror stories from Night Shift Workers 3, disturbing encounters on empty highways, the most unsettling things caught on church cameras. Some stories had police reports attached. Some had grainy screenshots. Some had nothing but words and a shaky email address. I saw what happened in the comments. Under one story, half the people said, "I believe you, man." This gave me chills. The other half said, "You need help. This is clearly schizophrenia," as if they could diagnose someone off a 10-minute video. They fought about details, the time of day, the number of doors, whether a sound could really carry that far in a parking lot. On another, someone wrote, "This is obviously creepypasta, but it's good creepypasta, like that was a badge of honor and not a quiet insult." People argued about what counted as true. Some of them went and dug up old newspaper clippings to prove a point. Others said, "Even if it didn't happen exactly like this, it feels true." No one agreed. Ever. And yet the channel kept posting and people kept listening. You will probably do the same to me. You will diagnose me in the comments, tell me what I have, how many milligrams I should be on, which YouTuber's old case mine reminds you of. You will say, the coin is clearly a metaphor, or this is stolen from that old Michigan story, or dude is obviously still sick, this whole thing is an episode. Or you will say, this is made up, but I liked it, and move on. I am strangely fine with that. Because horror, the way you and I use the word here, is not about getting everyone on the same page. It is about sitting in the dark with something that does not fit neatly anywhere and letting it breathe for a while. For the cops, the monster in my story is a man with a history of violence and a hatchet in his hand. For the doctors, the monster is a cluster of misfiring neurons and bad genes telling my eyes and ears lies. For a journalist, the monster is a system that missed a dozen warning signs on the way to a furnace room. For me, horror is the fact that I do not know which one is real and I am out of places to ask. It is not a ghost walking down a church aisle. It is not a demon making someone raise their arms. It is this lying awake at 3 a.m. in a building that hums with machines and pipes and other people's breathing. Hearing a sound that could be a symptom or a haunting or a memory you have replayed too many times, and realizing that every person in your life would file it under a different heading. Not knowing if the monster is in your house, or in your head, or in your past coming down the highway again with one headlight dim and a coin on its way to the floor. That to me is true horror, whether any of this meets your standard of true story or not. So I chose a horror channel because you live with that ambiguity on purpose. You press play on it. You invite it in. You let yourself be creeped out by a story you know you can shut off, and once in a while one of them gets under your skin anyway and sits there waiting. I do not expect you to fix anything. I do not expect you to believe me. I do not even expect you to finish this without pausing to check your own hallway once or twice. I just needed somewhere this could exist that was not a case file, not a chart, not another line on a timeline that ends with a judge's signature. Someplace where a man can say, "Here is what happened. Here is how it sounded. Here is where it still echoes," and have that be enough to scare someone, even if no one can ever prove which parts were illness and which parts were something that learned how to slip between frames. 7. 2. The motel room. The room they gave me could be any cheap motel room off any interstate in the Midwest, but if you pulled the curtains back, you would see the green overhead signs for I-70 and I-71 crisscrossing each other like veins. The front desk clerk had said, "Welcome to Columbus," with the kind of flat tone that meant she had said it 1,000 times. My keycard opens door 214 at the end of an outdoor corridor tucked just far enough from the ice machine that I get the sound without the convenience. The bedspread is the first thing you notice when you walk in. It is that thick, unforgivable fabric motels, favor patterned with a repeating swirl of maroon and forest green that might have been stylish in 1989. The print is busy enough to hide stains and ugly enough to make you feel dirty even if the sheets are freshly washed. I set my bag down on the edge of it, and it made a dull, dusty puff of air. The TV is an old flat screen bolted to the wall, not quite straight. It whispers cable news on mute when I turn it on, so I leave it off. The reflection of the neon sign outside still finds its way onto the black screen, though bleeding red letters across the glass, "Vacancy, vacancy, vacancy," blinking in a slow, tired rhythm. In the corner, there is a mini fridge trying to die quietly. It sits under the counter where a microwave used to be humming too loudly for something so small. The compressor kicks on in little gasps, a low, grinding whir that vibrates through the cabinet. Every few minutes, it makes a hollow knocking sound like someone gently tapping from the inside of the box. The first time it did that, I flinched and stared at it until the sound resolved itself into just bad machinery. The lamp on the table where I'm writing this is mounted on the wall with a fake brass arm and a shade that leans just enough to annoy you if you look at it straight on. The bulb is too bright for the shade, so the light spills out in a harsh cone onto the tabletop and leaves the rest of the room in a diluted gray. If I look up, I can see the bugs plastered against the plastic of the ceiling fixture, little black commas in someone else's story. The room has its own soundtrack. Above me, the fluorescent in the bathroom buzzes even when it's off, like it remembers being on. Every once in a while, a pipe in the wall ticks, expanding or contracting as someone in another room turns their water on or off. The vent for the heating unit under the window makes a high, thin whine when the fan kicks in, then settles into a breathy whoosh, pushing air that smells faintly of dust and old cigarettes. Through the walls, life filters in. On my right, someone's TV plays a sitcom with laughter too loud for reality, the bass frequencies thudding through the drywall. On my left, a man clears his throat over and over like he is trying to cough up something that isn't there. Doors open and close along the outside corridor with the same hollow thunk footsteps passing, low voices murmuring, "I told you, and hold on a second. And I'm not doing this again tonight." From outside the window behind me, layered under everything, comes the real constant, the freeway. The semi-trucks never stop. Their engines rumble as they climb the ramp downshift and merge a tidal rush of sound that swells and fades, swells and fades. Sometimes a motorcycle's higher whine slices through it. Sometimes there is a momentary lull, and in that lull, I can hear the motel's neon sign buzzing as it blinks on-off like a heartbeat that keeps forgetting to beat. By the ice machine just down the walkway from my door, there is another sound I've come to track. Every so often, the compressor groans, then releases a load of cubes into the bin with a sudden clatter, ice on plastic. A bright, sharp burst of noise that echoes up the concrete stairs and under my door. It is loud, messy, impossible to mistake for anything else, but the first time it happened, while I was sitting here typing, my whole body tensed. My fingers hovered above the keyboard. My ears waited for a different pattern. That's the thing about soundscapes. Once you've lived inside one long enough, every new room gets measured against it. In the church back then, the background was the old HVAC in the ceiling ducts, coughing itself on and off the exit signs, humming faintly at the edge of hearing the soda machine compressor in the fellowship hall rattling once before it settled. The furnace in its little room would rumble low when it kicked a steady, bone-deep vibration you could feel through the concrete if you stood in the right spot. All of it together made a kind of blanket of noise, a hum that meant normal. And then threading through all of that, there was the coin, that tiny, precise flick-spin slap that cut across the air like a scalpel. The way it sat on top of the HVAC and the buzzing and the furnace like it thought it was more important. The way my brain agreed. This motel room has its own blanket of noise, just as thick. Different textures, same idea. Buzz, hum, thunk, whine. If I close my eyes and listen, I can almost map it over the church. Heater for HVAC, neon hum for exit signs, ice machine for soda machine, fridge for furnace. And under all of that, the thing I keep waiting for and pretending I'm not. I stare at my hands a lot when I write this. They rest on the keyboard fingers, slightly curved knuckles whiter than they used to be. There's a tremor in them these days, small but constant, a side effect of one of the meds I'm not supposed to forget to take. It makes my typing uneven. Every now and then my thumb taps the spacebar twice, and I have to go back and fix it. The tremor is worse tonight. Some of that is caffeine. I've been pouring motel room coffee into myself since sunset, the kind that comes in pre-measured filter packs labeled bold roast and tastes like burnt cardboard. Some of it is lack of sleep. Last night, the guy 2 doors down decided to have a full-volume argument on speakerphone at 3 a.m. about child support. But underneath the obvious reasons, there's a smaller, more embarrassed truth I am shaking because of what I'm doing right now. I haven't heard the coin in months. Not really. Not in that way where it slices clean through everything else and leaves me cold. I told myself somewhere around year 7 in the facility that the sound had finally faded into what the doctor said it was noise my brain made up to fill silence it didn't like. I rode that idea through discharge, through the halfway house, through the night shifts and the warehouse floors. I let myself believe that by the time I got to this motel, the coin had finally rolled itself out of my life. Sitting here though, cursor blinking in this email window spell check, underlining words it doesn't like rain tapping out its own rhythm on the glass, I can feel it circling again. It started when I wrote about the USB. As soon as I typed sanctuary backup in all caps, the way it looked on the plastic, something in the back of my head lit up. By the time I finished describing the way the coin rolled into frame with no hand to throw it, the phantom sound in my mind was loud enough that it made the ice machine's crash seem far away. I remind myself like a good patient intrusive auditory imagery, a conditioned response. I am writing about the worst night of my life in a room full of noises. Of course, my brain is going to dig old sounds out of storage. Still, when the mini fridge knocks once from inside its cheap shell, my shoulders stiffen. When someone in the next room drops change on a table and the coins clink and clatter, I stop breathing for a second and wait. I wait to see whether the motel's sounds will behave themselves and stay what they are, or whether tonight is the night something finer, sharper rides in on their backs. I came here thinking that maybe if I put all of this into words, all 7 chapters of it, all the ugly parts and the gaps and the half-forgotten details, it would lay the sound to rest one way or another. Either I'd prove to myself that I'm still sick and need to accept that for good, or I'd cough up the last of whatever this haunting is and walk away lighter. Instead, every sentence I type feels like tapping on a door. Every detail I drag back into the light, the furnace, the aisle, the Walmart aisle, the USB, makes the motel room feel a little less like a neutral space and a little more like an echo chamber. The buzz of the lamp, the hum of the fridge, the rumble of the freeway, the crash of the ice machine, the pipe ticking in the wall, all of it stacks up around me as I write layer on layer until the silence between the sounds feels thinner than it should. And somewhere at the edge of that thinning, just far enough away that I can still tell myself it's only in my head, something small and metallic has started to move again. 7.3. The last sound I'll talk about. By now, you have probably already decided which version of this story you believe. The easiest one to live with is the official version. In that one, I am a man with a bad brain and bad timing. My mother had schizoaffective disorder. I inherited the wiring and ignored it long enough for it to twist. Under stress, church responsibilities, family baggage, maybe a Valentine's service that felt more like a performance than worship, I snapped. I fixated on a guy from AA, projected control and malice onto him, and killed him in a psychotic break. I burned his body in the furnace, lied to myself about being hypnotized, then ran. Cameras and doctors and judges all lined up to point at the same conclusion: I was very sick. I did something terrible while I was sick, and the coin was just a sound my brain invented to make my loss of control feel like someone else's fault. In that version, the monster is inside my skull. It is ugly, but it is containable. There are pills for it. There are diagnoses for it. There are buildings with locked doors designed specifically for it. Then there is the other version, the one the channels like this usually lean toward. In that one, the coin is real. Not just a piece of metal, but a thing in its own right. A presence. A hitchhiker that rides people instead of cars. It found Ray first, a man already frayed by addiction and anger, and used him as a mask. It followed him into churches and parking lots, and cul-de-sacs drew me into its orbit with that flick spin slap. When it dropped in the aisle, it was not just gravity. It was an introduction. In that version, the cameras missing Ray are not proof of my illness. They are proof that whatever was attached to that coin does not care about being seen by electronics. It moves in the gap between frames. It lets you watch yourself doing things and keeps its own hands off the tape. The USB footage, the coin rolling into frame with no one there to throw it, becomes Exhibit A, not of psychosis, but of something that learned how to live in the thin places between sound and silence. Something opportunistic enough to find a man with a faulty brain and say, "Perfect. I can work with this." That version is harder to put in a report, but a lot simpler to tell at parties. Most days, I live in a third version, a hybrid. In that one, my brain is damaged, yes. The family history is real. The delusions are real. The breaks in the film are real. But so is the part that does not quite fit into any DSM paragraph. So is the way the coin sound showed up in other people's mouths before I ever heard it on a ward. So is the tiny piece of metal that rolled into a church aisle without help 8 years ago and disappeared into a trash can in my kitchen years later. In that version, mental illness and something else met each other halfway and decided to share the rent. You can pick whichever one lets you sleep tonight. You can decide that I am a tragic case study, a man who watched too many horror videos and wrote his own. You can decide that I am a cautionary tale about the dangers of ignoring family history and red flags. You can decide that I have spun an elaborate creepypasta out of a century-old story you might even recognize if you Google hard enough. Or you can decide that there is something out there that likes the sound it makes when it hits the floor. Whichever version you choose, there is a problem I have not been able to explain away, no matter how I cut it. The coin shows up in my memory in places it has no business being. It is there in the Walmart aisle, louder in my mind than the beep of the scanner. It is there in the furnace room, though no one ever mentioned hearing metal over the roar of the fire. It is there in the church footage now that I have seen that frame. It is there in the ward at 3 a.m, slipping through the hum of the vents. It is there in my mother's mouth in an intake form from 20 years ago in the margins of a doctor's note reports, hearing coins tapping. I keep telling myself that repetition is what brains do when they are broken. I also know that repetition is what something does when it wants you to recognize it. Right now, in this motel room, the laptop cursor is blinking at the end of that sentence, waiting to see which idea I am going to feed. The fridge has been humming steady for the last 5 minutes, a low, comforting growl. The heater under the window is blowing lukewarm air. The ice machine just dumped a load a moment ago. I heard the last cube settle with a faint crackle. Trucks are rolling by out on I-70, a continuous distant thunder under the neon. My fingers hover over the keys joints, aching a little from how long I have been at this. I am tired. I am wired on cheap coffee. My eyes burn from screen glare. I can feel my heartbeat in the pads of my fingers. There is nothing supernatural about any of that. My body is a machine that has been running too long in a bad chair. I tell you that so you understand what happens next. I am in the middle of this sentence when the mini fridge stops, not winds down, not gradually quiets. Stops. The hum cuts off mid-tone like someone pulled a plug. At the exact same moment, the heater fan under the window dies, its breath snuffed out. The thin vibration of the bathroom light's ballast fades. Even the freeway outside seems to dip, as if the trucks decided all at once to coast in neutral. The neon sign still blinks red through the curtains, but I cannot hear it anymore. The room doesn't go silent. That would be too easy. It goes thick. The air feels heavier, like the sound has been scraped out of it and something else slotted in. My ears ring with that faint pressure you get in an airplane just before you pop them. The keys under my fingers feel suddenly too loud to press. This is the part where I am supposed to tell you I am imagining it. Medication side effect, adrenaline, sleep debt, all the reasonable things. Instead, I sit there, hands frozen over the keyboard, and notice what is missing. No fridge, no fan, no ice machine, no pipes ticking, no semis, no neighbor's TV laugh track. Every piece of the motel's soundscape has been turned down so low it might as well not exist. In that stretched out second, the kind you can fit a whole life into if you try. From somewhere behind me in the direction of the little wood-grain dresser where the TV sits, I hear a sound that does not belong to this room. Flick. Slap. Not a full series, just the end of a motion, like something had been flipping idly out of sight and decided I did not need the whole performance. It is sharp and clean in the thick air. There is nothing to confuse it with. Not ice, not keys, not a pipe. A single coin meeting a flat surface with casual confidence. Every muscle in my back locks up. I do not turn around. You can tell yourself you would. You can tell yourself you are braver or more curious or less sick, and that you would spin that chair and look and prove something one way or another. Me, I have stood in front of enough empty doors and watched enough footage of myself raising my arms to nothing. There is a special kind of terror in not knowing, but there is another kind in knowing too well. So I sit there, spine-straight eyes on the word slap I just typed, neck prickling, like someone has opened a freezer door behind it. The thick silence breaks all at once. The fridge kicks back on with a cough louder than it has sounded all night. The heater fan whirs to life, blowing air against the thin curtains. Out on the balcony, somebody opens their door and lets it slam. A TV in another room suddenly blares a commercial jingle. A truck downshifts on the ramp engine, braking loud enough to rattle the window. Noise floods back into the room like someone let go of an invisible mute button. My shoulders spasm, my hands unclench enough to finish the sentence. I do not check the dresser. I do not scan the floor for a glint of metal. I do not get up and prove myself right or wrong. I just keep typing because that is the only control I have ever really had in this story. This is the last sound I am going to talk about. You can decide it was in my head. You can decide it was something that finally caught up to me in a motel off I-70, tired of living between frames and ready for one last little joke. You can decide it was nothing really, and that I am dramatizing the way people like me do. If you hear something like that tonight in your own house, do not overreact. It is almost certainly just your brain replaying this story. Almost. Either way, try not to drop anything metal in the dark. You might not like what it sounds like when it hits the floor,